Welcome for joining us. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Group 5.
Think
I like how it cuts off Harrison every time because it gets too loud. At least for me, anyways.
he
Um,
peaks, yeah.
you peak and then you just there's nothing after it. That's great. So session 11, coming into it, the party kind of finished with Etherin's lair. There was a question that was proposed to Magello. Magello uh, did I would probably say answered it the best that Magello seemed to be able to answer it. There was some very odd things about the particular character in the way that the question was asked, and then they were like, "Oh, here you go," but then I had to consult this like little pamphlet, this booklet thing, and can I give you more information type deal? I can't. No, that's it. That's all I can do. And then you went to the Horde, got some treasure, got some loot, some nice items. You went down the trek, down the mountains, into the valley, and then you made your way to Othema. Upon coming to Othema, this holy city, this walled kind of mountainous city here, there was these dwarven refugees, right? These dwarven refugees that were pouring in from the east side of the actual pass itself that goes into the Gord Valley from the Frosthorn, which is a large kind of expanse of a pass, much larger than anything that you have kind of experienced thus far on Arthurias, and you've only been through one pass. And these dwarfs, they were from Clan Alderfist, from the actual conversation, some of the investigation, and they seemed to come from a place called Tholnir, which potentially is a city. And they talked about a dragon attack, and then from the conversation, from the questions, piece together, I think that we can easily say at this point that though both events seem to be happening simultaneously or relevant in, relative in time, right? They seem to kind of be happening. So, is this Etherin? It's unlikely, right? Because of the fact that you all were facing Etherin and battling these things and relative to that, right? So, could be that they're these dwarfs being shocked, shell shocked in a way. Maybe they're right throw their hands up. Maybe they just don't know the time frame at all. But who knows? So once we got into Athema, we decided to head to the finest tavern here, the High Squire. And from there was closed door policy. See, there's a little bit of a problem with you all kind of being there since you weren't allied, or at least pledged allegiance to the Lord, Fallon Falor, or you weren't even nobility really, and so hey, you got a plate of food, couple plates of food. Hey, got some good stuff, and the paladins themselves set up, and they did what paladins do best. They were party policing, and some of you decided leave. You went to the Sun Tree, and then we had Tardan. Right, you went up to the traders district, talked to one of the traders, spent a great deal of coin for some information. When he came out empty-handed, no bag of holding, unfortunately, and so we decided to kind of end the session. The Sun Trees are bouncing back and forth. So if I remember correctly, we have Harak and Nereus. You're heading to the Zealous Flagon, right? You're heading to another tavern. This one is in the Holy District, which is near the Sun Tree Cathedral. And then we have Indigo, we have Sir Dougal. You are finishing up here at the Sun Tree with this question, Valerie. What do you call yourselves, right? And then we have Tardan, who is heading back from the Traders District into the city, and where we go from there, we'll find out. All right, so I'm gonna get some temple music here started. So in the Sun Tree Cathedral, we had the Sun Tree, which you've talked to, and it seemed that upon the request, that question, can you ask Palor for help as to why you're not growing, right? What this may be that it's referring to that it cannot describe. It left the commune, right, to stop kind of communicating, and then you finish that. Now there's paladins in here, there's clerics, there's also soldiers, there's these dwarfs that are being brought in. Some of them are severely wounded, many of them are being brought downstairs, like below. There's 4 different staircases that wrap around these pillars. And given the conversation from the priestess, noting that the sun tree itself is significantly larger than what you see here, it is buried beneath the ground and sustained in this lower level by these orbs that they fuel with daylight spells and giving it the growth. The light needs to potentially grow. So, Valeria looks upon you both, waiting the name.
The name. Yeah. We call ourselves...
Six Pack.
And I lift my shirt up and point.
I see.
Yeah, that one.
Put my shirt back down.
Say that's more of a 2-pack, but I'll take it.
But yes, that's what we call ourselves.
Call yourself 6-pack. What does that mean? What does that stand for? Lifting up your shirt like it's supposed to mean something.
Well, there's
It's
6 of us.
A group of 6. A pack of 6.
6-pack, as in 6.
One half dozen.
A half
My
a dozen.
mind right now. We only have 5
6.
party members right now.
I don't. There's 3 talking to the priestess.
Right, there you go.
Yeah, that's what they call us. That's the name. It was given. It was actually. It was earned in our last adventure. It was bestowed on us as a prophecy.
A prophecy.
Yes.
I'm versed in a few prophecies. Perhaps this is one that I know, but I can't, for Paylor's blessings, remember 6-pack in any of the scripture that I've read.
I don't know if it was from scripture or prophecy. It was more spoken word of mouth.
Legend.
Right.
Is this a new legend?
To me,
Oh, yeah. Well, to us, yes. Yes. It may
I
have
see.
been rebranded along the way. You know how
Branded.
you ever play that game where you start off with a wolf runs in the woods and the last person on the line says a honeysuckle tastes bad? Kind of, it'll lose something along the way. But yeah, used
Right.
to be something else, but now we're 6-pack. That's what we are.
6-pack.
I see. 6-pack. Well, I take it as it is.
That's the only way anybody can take anything.
So your 6-pack will be here for service tomorrow.
Yes, cold and ready.
Well, I do hope
Can't
that
wait.
they come and open their hearts to Paylor and thy holy light.
Oh, we should ask what time is the service tomorrow.
Noon.
It's noon.
Starts at noon. Fair enough.
What was the last thing the tree said to anyone before today?
That is something that I could not tell you. There are a great number of individuals that come in here and speak to the tree, and of course they are free to commune with it as they please. We are welcome to all and anyone. I
What
would
was the
like-
last thing the tree said to you?
Suntree spoke. of a life that it had lived before its burial. Often we talk about its previous life, of when it was free to roam where it pleased above the surface. Tree does not necessarily have feelings or emotions like you and I do, but you can tell that it would like to once more blossom, be free of its attachments.
Can you recommend a place in the district for us to rest?
As far as somewhere to stay and drink and eat, well, you are more than welcome to head to the Zealous Flagon. It's only 4 or 5 blocks south of here in the Holy District. If you don't have the coin for the Zealous Flagon, there's always the Mountainside Tavern and Stormy Inn. They sit across the street from themselves, and they're in the Drift. It's quite inexpensive and has a decent accommodations. There's not many folks that come up here that aren't already to stay in their own carriages and stagecoaches. If they have coin, they will stay at taverns, or they will link up with many of the noble estates and merchant folk that live here. It's quite common. It's I refer to as some sort of concept known as Airbnb. My immersion.
Is the Zealous Flagon expensive? Is that what you mean when you say you don't have the coin for it? It's expensive. It's on the expensive side.
It is on the expensive side for travelers. Most that come here do not stay at the Zealous Flagon, but it is there and will accompany all that come.
Well, thank you so much.
Indeed.
I'm sure we will. I mean, we will see you tomorrow, if not sooner, for service. I hope that you get to speak again to the Sun Tree.
I hope so as well. By you communing with the tree, it gives me hope, and my clergy hope. I shall spread the news.
Well, be well, and
Continues the ritual.
See you at the Flagon.
See me at the Flagon.
Maybe not.
I'm not usually one to partake in alcoholic beverages, nor do I sustain myself by means of that sort.
Well,
This
you
weather.
eat, right?
everybody has to eat.
Of course I eat, but there are plenty of food that I sustain myself. My room is downstairs. I live within the cathedral. It is important
Then
that
we'll
I
see
remain
it.
close to the Sun Tree at all times.
Then we'll
Roll.
see you tomorrow.
I was gonna
What'd you say,
you wanna
roll
If
persuasion?
you want to roll persuasion to get Valeria to the Zealous Flag,
mean-
you're more than welcome to try.
I can try, I guess,
It's your
but
call.
Make it happen.
it's not going to be. Oh,
It's towards you. You all have a good time, Zealous Flag.
that's what I thought. Tomorrow.
Tomorrow then.
Let's go, Indigo.
Let's go, man.
So you both are heading to the Zealous Flag.
Well, for
Yeah.
now, I think we're just gonna leave and get bombarded by a group expecting to hear how the tree went.
Oh, thought
Oh,
you
yeah.
guys would be in jail.
Are they here, or are they just
No,
on the map to watch?
they're not
No.
here.
No, they're not. They're just there.
I saw the
Yeah.
tokens. I meant to
They're-
the role
No.
play. I was
They're
like,
there.
tokens.
They're there so they can see the map.
Right. They're
Yeah,
not
they have to have
really
their
here.
they have their tokens down for the vision of the map. Yeah, they're not really here.
Yeah, so then we're...
I will rephrase and ask Dougal. So, do we go to the inn or do we go to the prison
The tattoo parlor.
to bail out the others?
I think we go to the tattoo parlor and get 6-pack tattooed on our forearms.
Is there a tattoo possibly place around here?
I'm sure we can get a blacksmith to like forge a branding iron.
Hey, we'll go
Just
halvesies
get
on
the
a
number
brand.
6.
It just says 6. It's just the number 6.
Just the number 6.
So we
That's
went
right.
from a tattoo to being literally branded by choice.
I don't know where
You're
we're
not
going.
here, Narius.
I don't know where we're going with this. But as
That's
you,
not
as-
Nereus talking.
all right, you all decide. You all decide where
We
you're gonna go
to the
next.
flagon.
You're gonna go to the flagon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Indigo and I are going to the flagon.
Go into the
Fine.
flagon. Okay. All right. So at this point, Tardan, are you just aiming to pick up some arrows, and then where are you headed after that?
Then I'm gonna go around to the taverns and try to find these guys because I'm assuming they're looking for alcohol and food.
Okay. So do you want to wait for us to go through Nereus and Harak, and then they can meet up with the other two, or do you want to go through your stuff first?
We can do Nereus and Harak. I feel like time-wise that makes the most sense anyway.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna have all your tokens on the board. Okay, but just Nereus and Harak are here. All right. So
Yeah, Mike
Indigo
2.0.
and Sir Dougal, you both are still having a conversation at the cathedral. Okay, so you have yet to leave the cathedral, and then Tartan, you're off in the rest of the actual city. So coming to this, it seems that it's a two-story bricked stone and inner wooden structure with large circular glazed and metal etched windows. Outside, two covered areas serve as kind of a stabling for horses. On the west side, a cobbled path works its way to a covered area for chopping firewood. A side entrance is met by a 3-foot stone staircase. The main entrance is on the southern side, is met by a similar staircase, that of which you kind of approached. It has kind of this protrusion of the structure that faces the city's cobbled street. The door itself is nice, wooden, with metal reinforcement, wrought iron handles, kind of a twisting and almost like a twist of the actual metal when they're forged. And it has two circular pocket windows on the actual door itself, kind of glazed over, and you're kind of looking inside, getting an idea. Based on just the windows, the tavern itself isn't very full. There's not a whole lot of people currently in here in this actual establishment. Inside, shelves and art decorate before inviting you into a split dining room, separated by a staircase that ascends to the second floor 11 feet above, and a bathroom with a lavish wooden door and metal handle. On the east side, two fireplaces and tables with plush chairs scattered. The colorations of green and white are apparent. On the west side, a bar works its way to a section off the kitchen. Also, turn that down so we don't have cows and mooing at our ears. The west side, a bar works its way to a section off the kitchen and side entrance. In the corner of this sign is kind of like sunken den with a larger table for groups or parties. brick stone pillars with brass candle holders dance flame. Second floor has common rooms and suites, and it's actually quite large itself because it sits over the stabled areas, right? So the actual second story is larger than the first. That's something to note. And there's a few suites that are in there as well. Both of the types of rooms are decent in price, right? They're going to be a little more expensive, but definitely not in the level of like High Squire that you're there. Now, the tavern itself is filled with, individuals, common folk, a couple nobles, a few, people in kind of having their robes, maybe their vestments of cleric kind of underneath, maybe a cloak or a tunic of some kind. There is no bard currently playing. There's cups clattering, kind of a small crowd noise coming around as people are kind of whispering to each other. It's really kind of has like a mood to it, almost like a quiet establishment. Not a lot of parties happening here. People just come in here quickly to maybe eat, drink, and if they're staying here to visit the cathedral, they don't have anywhere else to go. As you come in, you see a shorter human with a light complexion, blue eyes, brown straight hair, wears a green and white silk tunic tucked into a darkened green leather trousers and white loafers with golden trinkets. They have many rings of gold and silver in the hands, along with circlets about the wrists. You approach the bar that's got like a really interesting curve to it, almost like it's made from a solid piece of wood that they've kind of rounded out and squared off a little bit and placed down. This individual is just filling a couple tankards of ale, handing it off to someone else into the barkeep, sliding it down, and then moving across to a couple other tables. Sees you all, grabs a rag, kind of cleans up a little bit and slaps it down. Hello! How can I help you?
How much for a room for one night?
Our room for one night? Well, our common rooms are going to run you about 5 gold pieces a night.
Okay. Nereus, we're not going to stay here for more than one night, are we? Surely.
I don't think you and I will be, no.
Are you both here to see the Sun Tree?
Absolutely not.
No.
Wow. Where do y'all come from then? Why are you in Othema?
Well, I'm from Ismar.
Welcome.
I'm from the ocean.
Ocean's a big place. You can see that can be very very inviting, I guess is the word. Well, one room. Are you two separates, or you like to stay together? Okay.
Separate, I think.
Separate. 10 gold then, 2 keys. Pulls out from underneath, grabs through a satchel of the purse that's kind of dangling underneath the actual bar. Kind of grabs 2 keys and slides them. Both silver. Neatly ordained and designed. Room numbers 4 and 6. Be 10 gold.
Okay, I took 10 out of my total.
Okay.
Not the treasury?
No. I forgot about the treasury.
I put all my money in the treasury anyway, so it's fine.
Same.
So, other than the Sun Tree and the dragon, is there anything going on in town right now?
Dragon? What do you mean by a dragon?
I just said I didn't want to talk about the dragon.
Oh. So you don't... Oh. Apologies. Just trying to catch your train here.
What's a train?
Your train of thought? You've never heard of that before?
No. What does it derive from?
I think it derives from some different plane of existence that, well, has traits.
there a plane that actually is like mechanical or whatever?
I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Comes from a different train of existence.
We're all the caboose. We're all the caboose, baby. Follow it along. Well, besides the Sun Tree, most people come here to seek audience with the Lord, down for lore. Beyond that, there's not really anything else. We used to have tournaments inside of the keep's grounds. It was open to the public for some time. Got a lot of crowd, but they've foregone those tournaments.
Any interesting characters who used to take part in the tournaments?
You mean like champions?
Sure.
Well, are you fixing to be a squire for one?
I'm not going to dignify that with an answer.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude or anything. I'm going to maybe introduce my name. My name is Master Calrus Pharaoh. I own this establishment. And it seems like you all are not from here. I mean, Ismar's pretty close, but not this holy city here. And the ocean, it could be many different types of oceans. So there's a lot of competitors, a lot of knights, definitely nobility in these tournaments, definitely jousting, other sorts of competitions, sword play, archery, things of that nature. Combine points, eventually have a victor. Certain groups, they hit individual trophies so that they have a whole tournament champion. So I'm trying to understand, because you're asking for, individuals, but are we looking for like tournament champions in the past? Are we looking for just like competitor winners? I mean, if you're looking for a tournament champion, I gotta point you to Lord Down for Lore. This has won numerous times.
No, I'm mainly interested in if there have been any orcs recently. Just the phrase has completely slipped my mind. Just humor me.
Orcs? Oh, I mean, stairs you top bottom. I mean, you're like the first orc that I've seen in Otheba. I gotta be real with you. Not to be rude. I mean, I have nothing against, we are welcome to all races and all people. But definitely not fighting in the tournament, if that's what you're asking. Sure not.
I just had a crazy idea that someone I'm looking for may have stopped by here, but obviously not.
Well, old friends. Hopefully you find them, huh?
Has anyone famous ever performed in your establishment?
Anyone ever famous? We've had a few bards come through here. Some of them actually studied within the library down in Berlandar. There's actually a college down there. And it seemed to be quite, well, but good. We haven't had any like bardic tropes though come through. Thema's pretty far off, and if they did come through, they would definitely perform at the keep for the Lord. I don't have that kind of coin to buy a whole trope out to make a performance. Why, do you play?
Not for you.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh, I feel like I've rubbed you both the wrong way. Well, you need any food or drink?
We ate recently.
Okay, well, you need anything?
I do have one more question.
Alright, okay.
Okay, I'm going to take out my gold gemstone and ask him if anybody, any of the nobles maybe, or anyone has been wearing anything like this, or this like in a different color.
I mean, I don't really stare at other people's jewelry, but I, to be, I haven't seen that before. I mean, it's very interesting, that stone. Most things that I see, if I do look at jewelry, my rings, it's cut. And this doesn't look like that. It looks like it's chip off the old block.
Okay. Nereus, I don't know about you, but it doesn't seem like this city has anything of interest to me. What about you?
Hopefully their beds will be satisfactory.
Okay.
I'll take number 4 just to avoid what I imagine will be some terrible pun if I take number 6.
Okay. Well, I will also go up to my room and tell the barkeeper that if 3 ding-dongs come in here, to point them toward the rooms we got.
So heading upstairs.
How do you?
So the rooms themselves, so there's a slight common. I don't have a map particularly for the second floor. So the second floor here, you have a common room that's met as the staircase ascends, and it kind of forms a little bit of again a common area with a few of the same tables that you're seeing downstairs, matching a fireplace that sits up there that's solo between a supporting kind of pillar that's at the center of that common space. It's not that large. In fact, it's about the staircase times two a little bit of feet, maybe 15 feet to the west, north, south kind of thing. And then you have corridors that span in those directions of west, south, east, and north, and the rooms are aligned on the sides. The suites are positioned towards the south end to get a good view, potentially, of the actual city itself on the southern side, given that the cathedral is quite large and it blocks view. Your rooms, in particular, are down the western corridor, and one of which is on the left side, and the other one's on the right side. And upon entering into the rooms, the door made of the same material, no pocket window as the front door of which you entered into the tavern, you notice immediately a queen-size mattress, cotton sheets, there's a plush pillow, it has actual bed frame with this darkish wood that's beautifully stained, lacquered. There's nightstands, there's a full wardrobe, a mirror. The one thing that the common rooms also have that is unique, and that the suites potentially, is that they have their own bathrooms. So they have their own fixtures for a bathroom, and then they have a bathtub that sits nearby. Potentially seeing on the fireplace as a common entryway, knowing that you don't have a fireplace inside of your room, suggesting on the fireplace there that there's hangers, potentially for pots. There's a pot next to the actual bathtub itself, slightly circular. Noting that if you were to get water, right, you could heat it up there in the fireplace and then throw it into the tub, right, or potentially get one of the people who work here to help you out with that. Beyond that, there's a small chest at the bed, the end of the bed. There's a rug underneath the bed that kind of encompasses the chest as well. It's pretty spacious for what it's giving you, and the one way to phrase this is that everything seems to have a very good place. And each room has its own window as well. Double kind of opened, about 8 or so feet wide. It's large, encompasses a good distance, giving you a great view. Kind of makes you wonder, like, what the suites have to offer that the common rooms themselves don't. And just given that you're having a piece here within the tavern at the bottom floor, it's not too loud underneath you. It's quite quiet, again, inviting, and it's somewhere to rest and just relax. At this stage, as you both have headed upstairs, after a few minutes have passed by, getting your kind of packs, maybe yourself settled into the accommodations, Indigo and Sir Dougal, you both have now made your way here to the Cells Flight.
This must be it.
This is it.
This is definitely it.
This has to be it. The last 3 places, that wasn't it.
That's true, but I mean,
This-
eventually,
This is it. It even says it on the outside.
that's probably a better chance that it will be where we're after.
Yeah, the last two places that neither of them were even named this. Yeah, this is right.
But it was worth a shot to look.
Well, however many drinks we had while we were in there was perfect.
Shall we?
Yes, after you. Age before beauty.
And in we go.
Uh,
What did they call us, by the way? What was the term that they were supposed to be looking out for? What was the barkeep supposed to be looking out for? Dingbats?
I
Ding dongs.
Ding dongs! Two ding dongs here.
believe it was not something of great value. So coming in, you have the same kind of description as I provided before. You see there is an individual that spans kind of behind there. This shorter human-like complexion is currently getting a couple bottles of wine out from the underneath and then dipping into the kitchen, coming back out, and sort. There's servers making their way, dropping down orders, but it's slow. There's not many people in here.
To the bar.
To the bar.
See this individual finishes up with their bottle placements, looks towards you both entering in. Oh, hi. How can I help you?
Hello. Ale. 2 times.
2 times ale. Like 1 cup that's filled twice, or 2 cups that's
No.
filled once?
Correct.
Which one?
He's drinking for both of us. We need 2.
Oh,
We need 2.
2.
Yes.
No worries. Pulls out 2.
Also, food?
Food.
We can get you
2
food
times.
up. We're not necessarily serving dinner at the present moment. We've just gone off of lunch, but I can get you some different sorts of bread, dried meats, some cheeses, some fruit. How does it sound?
Absolutely, all the above.
Yeah, it sounds great.
Yeah,
Right.
times 3.
Grabs 2 tankards, fills them within a barrel underneath the actual bar counter, slides them both to you. All right, we'll get some food for both of you.
Yep.
Not one of you times 2.
Correct.
Yeah, we'll need for 3 people because we are growing large. Exactly.
Yes.
Growing large, 3 people.
In
Exactly.
both in number and size.
Exactly.
All right, I'll get you that. No worries. I'll be right back. Disappears into the kitchen towards the north side there of that door. Just kind of goes in through the door, slides it, kind of swings back, and goes into the kitchen after giving you 2 tankards. Seems to be kind of a like a pilsner kind of ale in a way that is best described to it, and it's filled with an actual like a tankard that has a lid that can flip over. Stuff.
Nice. So I take mine and then slide it over to Dougal, so he has 2, and I start to devour my first plate.
Dougal spends 5 minutes just clicking the lids open, like looking at the click, 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 click.
After a few minutes, this person comes back, lays down a kind of silver platter upon the actual between. It's filled with healthy portions of a mixture of cheeses, dried fruits, dried meats, and bread that actually has been buttered as well. So there's kind of a thing of
Wow.
there. So, and there's a couple knives that are there, forks and things, and sets it down. Upon in front of you, it's definitely enough to feed 6 individuals if they were quite hungry. And so it's a large kind of platter of food that has been kind of dragged out. Are you all going to start a tab, or is you all going to leave after this?
Is there anybody who was probably? Let me think. Who do you think got here before us? If they did,
There would have been one guy who looked like a merfolk. There would have been another guy who looked like a half-orc. Or there would have been a third guy that looked like a musician. Or any combination of those 3.
Given the description of what these 2 provided me, I'd imagine that you 2 are part of this.
We like to think that we're the better third.
Sure.
If you separated it into thirds,
We're
wait,
the
wait.
best third.
there
we
is.
would be a lawful third.
I'm not
Yes.
entirely sure about this musician. I imagine it is the same as the one that comes from the ocean.
Oh, no, there's another one.
Oh, there's another one.
Yeah, there's another one.
That's the musician.
But the one that comes from the ocean sounds like you're spot on. They're
Yes.
here already. That means they're here already.
Yeah, so there's an orc here and a one that comes from the ocean.
Didn't they give you any trouble?
I mean, they didn't really give me any trouble as much as they were a bit awkward.
Oh, really?
That's them.
That sounds like the right guys.
Yeah, that's right. 100%. Right place, right people. We're exactly where we should be with food, so that works out.
Perfect. Yes.
Do you have wait? They're staying here, I'm assuming.
Yes, they do have rooms. They rented two common rooms upstairs.
How many fit in a common room?
Well, I mean, it's got a decent bed in there, queen size. You can easily fit 2 individuals in there. 3, small enough.
How much is a common room?
5 gold pieces.
Holy shit!
Good. Did she just say 5 gold?
I think he did. How much is his food we're eating?
Looks towards the food as you're eating it. Looks back up. How much coin do you both have?
That's not the point. Like
Enough. We have
That's-
enough.
that's why we have enough, because we don't splurge.
We have enough. Don't worry about
Wait,
that.
Wait till Tartan gets back.
We have enough.
I have a K104. I'm thinking
I
of my
just didn't-
future.
For the
I
platter,
just didn't
for the platter of food, we'll call it a solid 6 gold. For the tankards of ale, there, that's only going to run you 2 silver.
$6 gold for the
For-
charcuterie. For the charcuterie.
This
For
far
the- for the-
north, it's very difficult to find these things.
$6
Dried
gold
fruit.
for the charcuterie.
Fresh baked bread, artisan for
Oh my
Baltumo Company.
God.
I mean, these are expensive things.
Wait, that's for the room and the food and the drink, or just the food and the drink?
That's just
That's
the food
just
and
the
drink.
food.
The rooms are 5 each.
I think we're sleeping together. Sorry, Indigo.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
guys do realize that we have like 7K, right?
Not when we're dropping 1,000 at a time.
You can take. How do they say it? First of all, you're not here. Second of all,
That's just your
You can
conscience, okay? The background.
you can take the poor boy out of the slum, but you can't take the slum out of the poor boy.
We will take one room
One
for the
room
both of us.
for the both.
Please.
Okay.
Even,
Yes.
even that's making me cringe.
You want to go?
he-
Rock
Slides it down.
paper shears for the bed. You see who gets the bed.
Oh, I'm gonna take the floor. I'm good with the floor.
I'll take the bed.
All right, that works out because I'm taking the floor. So that would
There you go.
be silly if we
mean-
both take the floor. I mean, that would just be dumb. So
Unless we set up a dummy in the bed
we could make a
Dude.
fort out of the bed.
We could totally
rearrange
make a
the whole
fort.
room.
out of the bed fort.
We could do the bed fort on one side and then
I'm going
whatever
to
else.
stop you real
What's
quick.
your name?
No
We didn't get your name.
destruction of my rooms, please. Whatever you are attempting to do.
Not
Room
just-
7,
just
here's your key. 5 gold
Thank
pieces
you.
for the night. You are more than welcome to rearrange the accommodations as you see fit, but please put them back at the way that they were.
Oh,
In
absolutely.
addition, our checkout is prior to noon hour, so if you are planning to stay another night, please let me know before that time.
Have you? Speaking of noon, are you a follower? Are you a devotee of the temple?
I am a worship of Palor. Yes, I do go to services of a convocation, but I have to run this tavern. This is
You're not going tomorrow?
most
There's one at
likely
noon,
not.
Noon tomorrow.
They
You should
have
have
one
somebody
quite
take
often.
your shift. Have somebody take your shift. You
I
work
own-
hard. It looks like.
I own this establishment. I'm the
I
owner.
agree. I see that because you
Yeah.
obviously can take a minute for you.
Right.
about-
Get some
it's all about a-
employees.
It's all about a balance.
Just like
Delegate.
your friends. Enjoy the food, enjoy the drink, look for the coin. I gotta get back in the kitchen, take care of something
Thank
for
you.
dinner.
Wait, what was your name?
Yeah, basically not yelling, but saying it, turning slightly. Master Talrus Vero.
Thank you, Towers.
MTV. All right.
This place is dead, man.
There's not a lot going on here.
This is like sad town. We should have went to the cheap place.
I know for a fact Harak and Nereus probably gave them a lot of grief. And you and
Yeah,
me,
definitely.
me and you didn't do anything like that.
Yeah. I feel like this is what patrons should be, right?
Just, pay and a good conversation, and that's it. Where's Tard?
Right. Pay and stay. Exactly.
Is he like, did we lose him? He's like a pocket.
Yeah. Right. He went shopping, right?
He said he was going to get arrows.
And then gone.
I'm worried. I'm worried we're running through this money too fast.
I'm worried that we just came up with a name for 6 characters, and now we're 4.
That's true. We're destined to be 6, right? Because
I'm worried that we went the wrong way on that.
it'll work itself out. It'll work itself out.
Oh, you think so? It's just like breaking even.
I mean, a lot of things work themselves out. We should be all right. I do like the idea of making a fort in the room, though.
Oh, dude, we're totally doing that.
I mean,
Dude, the bed is going to be vertical. It's going to be like a palisade wall. There's going to be a drawbridge. It's going to be great. A portcullis.
I like it. Should we like SOS for Tardan? Or like maybe just expect he'll show up at some point?
No, I think what we should do is eat as much of this plate as we can force down our gullets.
Easy. Done.
And then go up to the room with whatever's left. Rendezvous with the problematic duo and offer them what's left of the plate like it was the full plate.
That's
Because
true.
they won't. Because they don't know.
That's
how
true.
are they going to know? Like, oh,
They're
we
not.
got this for you. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not going to know.
And Nereus will say something like, I don't eat that.
He will.
So,
I
Mary's
can't
still
eat
up in your
that.
room. Harak, you're coming downstairs. It seems like, or at least you're just moving your token to be provisioned. But Harak, as you're coming downstairs, you're having your conversation. You're Sudugal and Indigo as Mr. Talbert has disappeared into the kitchen here to handle some business, quote unquote, for dinner time. Some of the cooks in the kitchen there. We're going to go ahead and transition to Tardan at this time. So we're going to go ahead and activate the particular city map. Just get the stream view over. This particular map. So, Tardan, you have headed away from the Traders District. You're inside of the cityscape, if you will. As you're making your way, you're currently in the Drift, which features quite a lot of kind of these buildings, a 2 to 3 story stone, primarily straw with clay, maybe or clay tile thatching, grouped quite close together. A lot of them slammed. And so, if you're diving into the alleyways, you're potentially going to have to dodge shit buckets being thrown down from the actual windows into the actual alleyway streets. Just people doing all sorts of weird activities.
They're not called shit buckets.
We're not staying here. We're not
So,
staying in the drift. That's not happening.
The Drift is quite literally a hodgepodge. There's just a large amount of just ramshackle structures. They're just pitched together. A lot of them now created taller to accommodate more rooms, apartment style, kind of townhouses. And you got all sorts of folk that are in here. People are, it's very interesting. But yeah, you're making your way through the Drift. I'm imagining you're sticking to the main road, the main kind of cobbled path, main road is sidewalked and has a few shops and a few windows, even in the Drift. And that main road itself will link up with another that goes into the whole district and then other kind of areas, the merchants' quarter as well. So there's this whole kind of systematic. And the main road here itself is quite wide. I mean, you're looking at easily 25 feet in its actual width of the actual main cobbled road. So it's a decent size. Where are you headed?
Yeah, that's a good question. Probably to, I guess, to Rudolph's would be my goal.
Okay. So you're heading into the Merchants District.
Yeah.
Heading over there. All right. All right. No particular map for Rudolph's here. Let's see that. So
That should have been the team name, by the way. Shit buckets.
we can't have that. I told you, can't. Those words. It's no good. It's no good. See, another group wanted to be called "We're Fucked." So, the problem's there. Now you want to be called "Shit Buckets." I'm gonna have a group called "We're Fucked," another group called "Shit Buckets." That's gonna be good.
The chamber pots. That would have been our name.
The Chamber Pot. That's actually a really good name. I give it. That's awesome. Okay, so. All right, so the blacksmith itself, kind of towards the southeastern side, right? So it seems like a shop with an extended canopy that rounds the eastern and southern sides of the structure. The building itself is 3 stories tall, with the shop only encompassing the first. A bricked wall and solid stone foundation pushes its way into a wooden-sided interior. A single door with a rough wooden and a kind of glassed window opens on the eastern side into the forge. A large anvil sits in front of a solid brick stone forge with a cut in the tan canopy for ventilation. Nearby, a kiln, quench tank barrels, and a workbench with drafts and other instruments. Alongside the outer walls of the buildings are dowels and racks for other instruments used in the blacksmith craft. So the actual blacksmith, or where the forging happens, is on the outside of the actual structure, right? So you're seeing the actual outerior. And this is very similar to a medieval style kind of blacksmith. You never mainly have your shop outside, and then you'd have supplies inside of a kind of an area or a covered area, right? The shop's main entrance is a double wooden door with 2 glazed circular pocket windows on the northern side, and a 4-foot stone staircase leads up to the foundation and door, which is currently closed. So you can't actually see exactly particularly what's in the shop because you're just on the outside. The blacksmith smith itself is seeing just one individual, a tall 6'5" human with a darker complexion, fit with black leather bracers covering scarring. The human has thick shoulders and chest, wears a piece of matching leather apron and belt fit with tools. Underneath the leather vest sits on top of a dirty tan cloth blouse. Black leather trousers and boots accompany. Currently working on the anvil, hammering down, working from that, putting it within the actual forge itself, picking up another weapon that's now heated, and then working on that. Seems to be making battle axes, long swords, short swords, common type of martial weapons that you've seen the soldiers and guard particularly have.
Okay. I'm going to approach the blacksmith and kind of like trying to work my way around the other side of his anvil so I'm still far enough away. But just being like, hey, hi, and just trying to get his attention.
Oh, what's up?
I was
Okay.
wondering, I see you're working on some weapons there. You guys sell arrows here?
Shoves the weapon back in, grabs kind of a handkerchief or a towel, rubs the hands. Yeah, we sell weapons. My name's Tom Rudolph. This is Rudolph Weapons and Arms. What can I get you?
I'm just looking for an arrow case and some arrows. Nothing
Arrow
fancy.
case and arrows, nothing fancy. All right. Follow me. Goes into the northern, that double wooden door, opens through the doors, and then goes inside. Inside, you see is a round staircase up to a loft or a landing area. Nearby that, another staircase that spirals up to the 3rd floor. With vaulted ceilings, you can observe the open wooden kind of rafters that support the 3rd floor above. Alongside the walls are dowels or racks with groupings of various common weaponry. Barrels of bolts accompany the crossbows, alongside crates of arrows with the bows. Common armor thrown in piles or placed in crates in a corner, mainly splint or chain mail is this particular armor. Shields held into racks on another. Underneath the landing on the western side is a large rectangular stone slab. Engraving tools are neatly arranged along it. Behind are a mixture of various supplies and a cellar door leading to additional stores, suggesting that this actual blacksmith is capable of even graving weapons and putting accents and things, showcasing the potential talents of the individual. makes way over to the crates of arrows, picks up a whole crate, holds it. How many arrows do you need?
How many fit inside a quiver? I'm guessing, what, 15, 20-ish?
20 arrows to a quiver. Grabs a quiver off from the thing. Just this rough leather quiver, very standard. Grabs it off from a dowel, right? A peg nearby the bows itself. Pulls it down, throws it over the shoulder, cracks open the crate. Just its hands grabs it, rips up the nails, kind of springing. See the veins popping within the actual bicep. Bundles through a bunch of arrows, stuffs it within the quiver, and hands it over to you.
Awesome. Yeah, I will take this. How much?
You from around here?
No, we actually just came down from Harak, so it's likely the iron they're mining up there that you're working on, I would assume.
I don't see that iron. It all goes to Balder. Weapons for war. I outfit the guard here, as well as other paladins are looking for notable things, and I have the shop with common items that I tend to find. Listen, I'll give it to you all for a gold. How's it sound?
That sounds perfect. Best deal I've gotten all day.
Come here with any friends?
Yeah, I have a few. Well, I don't know if you call them friends. They're a very odd group of people.
Sounds
And that
like
says
my
a lot,
ex-wife.
because you see me? Sometimes I wish they would be my ex, so I could just leave.
Ex-wife, 3 cousins. Oof. Very interesting. Listen,
But,
friends or
yeah.
not, you send them my way. How about that? Yep.
I will certainly do that. I think we have a couple people that could use some sharper tools.
Yes. I also do work on commissions. If you're looking at anything particular, I can make that.
Well, actually, I was wondering, are you familiar with anyone else's work?
Depends on who we're referring to.
I'm going to take the longbow off and kind of show him the longbow. Have you seen anything like this before? Anyone also looking for arrows? Anything?
I haven't seen a bow like this. Seems like it's finely crafted. Personally, I'm not a Fletcher. I actually outfit my bows and arrows like get them from Fort Farron. It's a Fletcher down there. Buy them. Not really
I'll have
taking
to-
it to maybe take your way over to there.
That'll be my next stop. I'll send my buddies over if they need anything. I appreciate your generosity and good bargains.
You're welcome. You take care of yourself, all right?
I'm going to give them kind of that little like half-ass salute, and then I'm going to head out.
Okay. Okay, so you head out of this smith there as you grab your arrows and your quiver. I'm going to go ahead and drag those into your inventory here. Have that.
Sweet, I can shoot my bow now.
All right. Where to next?
I'd probably just walk along the main road and hit all the taverns on the way. So I would assume whatever tavern is closest on the road.
Okay. So you'd probably go to the Mountainside Tavern because that's closest to you in the drift. It's right off a slight main road that leads into the military district. So you probably head up there and then go towards the Holy District, or you can head to the Holy District first and round back around.
Holy District first probably makes most sense since they were in the Noble District.
Thinking
Even
that
for
yeah.
Tartan.
Okay, that makes sense. So you're heading towards the Zealous Wagon. Garden, you're not quite there yet, so you're still on the process of making your way there as you're making your from the Merchants Quarters District, going back into the Drift a little bit of ways, and then into the Holy District. You're actually passing by, depending on the route you take, which I imagine you're going to be taking, is you're actually passing by the greenhouses, potentially here. So or at least you can see them, get a visible idea of what they look like. So these large metallic buildings towards the southern side of the actual city. It occupies its own kind of area. That's just to the south side of the actual cemetery and crypt. That's really what Athema is kind of known for in great many ways. People like to be buried here close to the sun tree. The greenhouses are massive, tall structures ranging hundreds, plus 100 of feet, and they're purely made of metal and glass with stone foundations and reinforcing. They are beautiful looking structures, and they're forming again these Quonset hut type style, kind of a half cylinder looking style to them. and it kind of adds to maybe the ability to feed, because you've just been through the drift and seeing all these individuals up here, knowing that there's no farms anywhere surrounding the actual city. They're all in the Gorn Valley, so farther south into areas that can grow vegetables and certain things. But this is how they supplement. You're actually getting food into the city. They have these greenhouses. Something that's really beautiful to just see in structures in this game. All right, so coming back to the Zealous Flagon here, Harak, you've just made your way down. You see there's Sir Dougal Indigo currently drinking off tankards, eating this charcuterie, massive platter of it, anyways, and they're just enjoying themselves here in the Zealous Flagon.
Well, have either of you found anything worth staying in this city for?
Harak! Oh my god. Sorry. Harak. Come get some of this meat. Come here. It's really good. It's really expensive. Come here. Eat some of this.
I already ate at the place I forgot the name of, even though I was just there.
It sounds like it was really good. You want some of this, though. This is really good. This is worth it. Just taste it. I'm not saying, like, eat. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Taste it.
Okay, I'll eat some if it helps Sir Dougal answer my question.
Okay, what'd you want?
So, is there anything worth staying in this city for?
Yes.
I just start nodding my head as well. Like, absolutely, yes.
Yes.
Dried fruit?
Eat some of this meat, dude. It costs 5 gold.
Like 5.
It's imported. It's like special meat from far distant lands.
I would be kicked out of the monastery.
Oh, wait,
And
Harak.
if they knew I was eating this right now.
Do you have any money? We have no way to pay for this.
What are you carrying, like?
Well,
Oh, yes.
Maybe they'll hire me to remove you two, and then I'll have some money.
You're right. We are carrying about 150 pounds of silver. Never mind, Harak. We have so much.
Okay.
Is there anything worth staying in the city for? Yes. 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 Indigo and I spoke to the Sun Tree.
If you need a minute to process the gravity of that,
Take all the time you need.
we'll wait.
I need a moment to process why this is a reason for us to stay in the city.
The whole city was founded around this tree. It only exists because of the divinity of the tree. The tree hasn't spoken in 3 years or more to anybody.
But it's not us.
And once we entered the temple, spoke to the priest, approached the tree, touched the tree, talked to the tree, tree talked to us.
And the tree talked to Paylor. That's kind
And
of
the
like...
trees, yes. Yeah.
It's big news.
Bizarre. Not much of a divine person myself necessarily, but you cannot deny the gravity.
Very true. We invited you to service tomorrow at 12. Make sure.
Right. Correct. Follow up, quick. Tomorrow, noon, high noon, at
Service.
Suntree, service held by the resident priest, Das. What gender was the priest?
So woman, wasn't it?
I think it was a woman. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure it was a
I'm
woman.
sure it was a woman.
Priestess.
Priestess.
By the resident priestess to Paylor. So, although I think we're kind of committed at this point to spending the night, right? We should at least stick around till lunch.
And she is going to introduce us and get a connection with the guy we need to talk to about the said dragon that we don't know about
Boom.
that's causing the refugees to come here.
We call it Druish geography where I'm from. It's about making connections, people to people, and we now have a foot in the door, as it were, with the wait a second, with the lead investigator assigned to the case of vanished people. Go tell Nereus about that little distraction. See what he thinks.
6-pack at it again.
Oh,
Right.
side note.
Right. What does
We
that
also.
mean?
What does
That's-
what mean?
What?
6-pack at it again.
Right.
What does that mean?
Yes.
Oh, that's
Sorry.
what we all call ourselves.
We're called. We have a name. The priestess at the
Define
temple.
we.
Right. You.
Well, you're one of the pack.
You're one of 6. To be precise.
Exactly.
You're about 60 degrees of a circle.
It doesn't work without you, to be fair.
No. Yes.
Well, you should have thought of that before you named us that.
It's too late, man.
I mean, it's
There's a bunch of things we should have thought of.
That's true.
Well, I'll let you tell Nereus all about that.
We're going to. I can't wait.
Absolutely. If you want to just send him down, we'll be here. Thank you.
Actually, you know what? It would be better, and Hurok, we might need your help with this. Indigo, if I might.
What's the
I
plan?
can't think of a better way for Nereus to find out than from the lips of the priestess at the temple.
Sounds good.
Say nothing. Exactly. Perfect.
Okay, well, since you said to say nothing, I'm going to tell him.
What is this, contrarian? What you just? Okay. Oh, if you're gonna. Are you guys upstairs? What room are you in?
I'm
We're
not
7.
sure
Are we 7? Yeah, we're 7. Because the only thing better than 6
Is one more.
is one more.
I'd tell my wife that too.
Because
Oh, sorry.
what? Because what? Because why? Right. Because 7, 8, 9. We're in 7. It's going to be super cool though. So, not everybody's allowed in. We're going to build a fort. It's going to be cool. You guys are staying here, obviously. Tarzan's going to show, I guess, at some point. I hope.
What happened at
Should
the fancy? What happened at the fancy tavern place with you?
Oh,
guys?
right.
I'm very surprised you guys aren't in jail.
Yeah, why are you here?
Well, I guess you would know if you hadn't abandoned us.
Well, I mean, we weren't supposed to be there.
Yeah, that was
And
pretty
you
obvious.
guys went in anyway.
Right. That seems
So
like
you-
bad news.
I think the better way to say it is you shouldn't have been there.
Right.
Okay, if that's what you think.
I mean, that's what it was. Because if
I
you're
mean,
here, I think they
right.
didn't let you stay, right?
I'm even technically a member of the nobility, by the way. I am a noble person. And I don't think I could get in. I'm almost positive I couldn't even get in. I think you have to be like, part of this circle.
I can't believe between all the food and the lodging of all of us, we're probably going to spend like
Dude, 30 gold, 50
Like-
gold here.
a night.
Right.
Can you imagine spending over 30 gold on anything?
No, I don't even wear armor.
At this point, Tardan, you have arrived.
We would see him, right? 'Cause
Tardan!
Yeah, we're
right.
kind of looking at
It's like-
Harak. T! What's up,
Right,
man?
dude, come try this meat.
Boy, have I got some stories for you guys. Let me tell
We got
you
a
about this
tray
place.
of meat.
Yeah, wait. Where's the bartender? Hold up. I need alcohol before I start telling you guys things, because, look, things happened. Okay.
Things happen. Don't keep us in suspense.
Yeah,
Spill it.
what?
Oh, I'm gonna take the longbow off my back and I'm gonna look at Dougal. Does this look familiar to you? Apparently,
Yeah.
this is from the Feywild.
Yeah, it's a longbow.
Yeah, but like the symbols and everything apparently are from like the actual Feywild, like where you're from. Isn't that what you told me? Feywild? That's what you said, right?
I am. Yeah, it looks like a longbow. What? It looks like a longbow that a lot of people have longbows.
Okay. I was just wondering. Maybe you knew the tribe or something it came from.
Okay, wait a second. Dougal puts down his mug, his stein, puts down the fistful of meat that he's holding. Does Dougal? You're gonna ask me for some stupid intelligence-based thing, and it's
This is
plus
all-
0. So
All Harrison's all typed up in your backstory supplement. It's all there.
yeah, I recognize it. Absolutely, yes, 100%.
can
Where
you
did you
fill me?
get this?
It was in the dragon stash that we grabbed.
I was at the Giants for that.
No, you were there for the treasure when we went sorted out. That's why you have the bags of cash.
Right.
How much have you had to drink today? I left you
And-
guys like 2 hours ago.
He's
This many.
he's fine.
I'm good.
He's upright.
He doesn't
Why,
even
you wanna
remember
check?
2 days ago.
Let's
No.
wrestle. Yeah, I absolutely I recognize it. Yes. It is a relic. I shouldn't say a relic. We still use longbows. It's not like we don't use longbows. However, it does look a little older than what you might find in use currently, assuming now is now, if you know what I mean. There was a healthy connection. There used to be, at least, a healthy connection between your world and my world. Okay, there were a number of them.
Called the congruence.
Yes, that is exactly what it is called. Wait, how do you know this?
So about that, I met a gnome. Very peculiar gnome. I happen to like this gnome. Kind of want to go back and talk to more to him. But he is,
What's his name?
Was an ear pip, was it? Because Harak's actually looking for a guy by that name.
I didn't ask his name, but he does.
Name? Oh,
We didn't get that far. Look, okay, I was looking for a bag of holding for us.
We got
kinda
one. We need one.
did you get one?
All right, so a bag of holding is like $6,000 gold.
Yeah.
6,000 gold. So no, I did not get one because I don't have all the money on me. I also don't think you
going.
wanted me to spend all of the money on a bag of holding.
No.
Okay. However, the money I did have on me, I traded for information.
How much money?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you just say you traded all the money you had on you for information?
I mean, not all, but a large portion of what I was carrying. Yes, I traded for information.
I'm sorry,
Okay. Wait a second. Indigo and I just spent.
what? We spent
6.
upwards of like
We just
12
spent
gold.
6.
So
Yeah.
we're
How
really
much-
pushing. Hold on. What did you find out, and how much did you spend?
All right, let's talk about what I found out first, and then we'll talk about what I spent. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So,
Okay.
but it sounds like Sir Dougal knows a lot about this, so now I'm gonna feel like an idiot. But
What are
anyway,
you talking about? My home? Yeah.
there was a congruence in the what was called the Redwoods, and is now
Yes.
the the something
That's
of
what you
unveiling.
call it. That's this end of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is now called whatever of the unwailing, whatever,
The
Unveiling?
Martians.
Yeah, that thing.
Right.
Apparently it was corrupted. Sounded like quite a long time ago.
Okay.
That's kind of about what I got.
Wait, hold on. Let me backpedal
Wait.
a little bit here.
That's it?
So, hold on. So you found out stuff that Dougal already knew.
Dude, I could have said any of that to you.
All right, have you ever heard him use the word congruence?
Have you asked?
Yeah, we asked you about this whole thing, trying to figure out what we need, how the timeline works.
Dougal, it's all right. I'm sure.
Okay, now that you told us what you
prob-
learned, how much did you spend on it?
Like 20 or 30 gold. Oh, God, please don't say over 30 gold.
Yeah, it's going to be 20 gold. 30 gold.
It's got to be like 20 or 30. I swear, if you say 100, Torton, oh my God.
It's
Yeah,
going to
we'll
be
just-
20 gold.
Y'all need to get some alcohol in you. We can talk about this after some alcohol.
That means it's way more. That means it's way more than 20 gold.
So you're having your conversation. Horses have pulled up, saddled. Many the bard had actually with armor. Appears that there are several guard that have actually entered into the establishment, fanning out, looking into the different faces of the actual patrons and things. Just getting not necessarily just checking it out and getting the vibe. One of the potential figures here is a tall and strong half-orc male, black war-braided hair that extends down to the shoulders and has a darker green complexion with black eyes, wears a piece of masterwork plate armor and wields a battle axe with a shield, currently strapped axe to the side, shield to the back. Surcoat of floor as well as a commander's maroon cape adorns this character. It's a large scar across the forehead and it wraps around coming towards the back, and as it stretches to the neck. This large, massive laceration that's scarred over. Approaches, shifts by, shuffles through. Excuse me. He does approaches the Master Talus. Pulls out
That was a little
small
rude.
parchment, puts it onto the bar counter. Have you seen this individual? Master Talus looks towards it. Not recent. It's been some time since I've last seen Randall in here. When was the last time that you've seen Randall Gurn? I'd have to say 6 days ago? Keep this. Sees the lot of you. Are you all new here? When did you get here?
Today.
Yeah, today.
About 5 hours ago,
Meat?
give or take.
That's very specific, Darden. Today, yes.
Where do you come from?
Harak.
Come from Iraq.
Yeah, we're
Yep.
the last known survivors of our caravan that we left with.
Sidesteps. Looks towards you. My name is Commander Rangla Uku. I am to receive
Hey!
shipment of your caravan.
We're supposed to talk to you.
Yeah, caravan didn't make it, and I'm gonna pull out the Lord Duke's note. We were coming to see you. However, I don't know if you've tried to trek that on foot. That was awful after we got attacked. But yeah, here's
What were
the
you
Duke's food.
attacked by?
Oh boy, let's see. There's a lot of things. Do you know a giant insect thing?
That was
Really
bad.
hot. Actually
Right,
had me and him
burrows.
in its mouth.
That was terrible.
And you survived. Are you miners for luck? How did you live?
Because we're
No.
6-pack.
Yeah.
Back.
What the hell is 6-pack?
Don't worry about it. We'll fill you in later.
Tell you, we're
Give me
Me-
20 minutes. We'll fill you in.
If you are
meeting
not
somebody.
miners, then how? What are you?
We were essentially bodyguards, travelers on the caravan.
So you made your way to Harak as bodyguards, and then you decided to get upon this caravan as bodyguard for Pelu.
More like we washed ashore.
we
We're
we
traveling from Harak.
yes.
We're traveling from Harak to the marshes.
Of unveiling.
Of unveiling. We were hired muscle to safeguard the caravan traveling from Harak to Othema. We narrowly escaped with our lives the clutches of both, yet not simultaneous, a giant insect, burrowing insect, were wreathed in flame, and separately a white dragon.
We actually survived 2 of those insects.
And the dwarves of Clan Stonefist.
The dwarves of Clan Stonefist, thank you, ethereal voice from behind the bar, and
And a sea serpent.
no, that wasn't it.
No, there was a sea serpent.
Don't tell
weren't
him
there
about
for the
that
sea
part.
serpent.
Let's just say that we ran into obstacles. The cargo
Yes.
was lost, and we survived. And here we are.
Yes, right. Yes.
And we're here as quickly as we are thanks to this guy. And I'll put my hand on Harak's shoulder, give a pat.
Excellent traveler or tracker or whatever you guys call it. Look, I just play instruments, dude.
Swartz Rock speaks it to you. Friends, they are quite interesting.
Well, the real way we got here was swimming through their deluge of words.
Are all of their romantic fantasies true?
Yes.
Speaks in common. I find your predicament quite extraordinary. Seems so strange. I have business.
Sniffs the air.
Wait,
What?
we're supposed to talk to you.
So speak.
Yes, we've been informed by the priestess at the temple of Pelor to seek you out. There is an ongoing rash of disappearances, and
No
you
shit.
and you lead the investigation.
I do.
the priestess suggested we speak to you and simply offer our services if they are needed. But not if they're not.
Your services needed from someone who lost a caravan of iron ore that is needed greatly. In a case
You know,
that's
those
been ongoing for months, that you have no idea where to start. That is quite interesting indeed. Fucking Baylor, I can tell you what. You're looking for gold, I don't have any. You're looking for stories, I don't fucking have that either. You're looking to help, you can stay the hell out of my way. We clear.
crystal.
Pulls out a piece of parchment, shoves it into your chest. If you see this individual, or I know their whereabouts, find me at Fort Frostbeard. We're done. Men, let's go.
That
So-
dude's
I look at the
kind of a
paper.
jackass.
You think?
We're not supposed to talk to him, but we are supposed to talk to him if we find out what he wants. But he don't want us to help, but we're supposed to help him.
You know, I'm so glad.
As I said,
that
he's
you
a
got there.
jackass.
I'm so glad. Actually, here's what I'm really glad about. Here's the best part about that exchange, is that we didn't spend any time finding him. He found us.
Kind of like an apple out of the tree, right in your hand. Really.
Absolute perfect. Rotten.
Yeah, it's
Throw it on
almost
the
like
ground.
spending 1,000 gold on info you already
What?
had, right?
How much? What?
Beer? Alcohol? Mead?
So I look at the paper. What's on the paper? Dougal looks at the parchment.
Right as you're calling for that, a server begins to strut by, turns and looks to you. What will you have?
Is it him?
Uh,
Have you seen this guy?
whatever your cheapest alcohol is, but that's gonna get me drunk. Because I'm gonna need it, because I'm probably about to get pummeled by my party here.
I'll get you an ale, 2 silver.
Alright, I'm gonna pass a gold piece over and just get 5.
Slides over. 5 tankards poured out by the individual behind the bar counter
Wait.
here. Grabs
It's
one of the
open
tankards,
here.
turns over, puts it toward you. You're 4 on the bar counter, here's one for you. Begins to make
Awesome.
away and disappears into the crowd of nobody. Really just sits into a chair and starts kind of fingering the nails and slowly pulling out a small book and reading it.
Arden, did you really spend 1,000 gold?
Shut up. It wasn't 1,000 gold. That's a joke.
Pause
Oh
the
yeah, drink up,
conversation.
Dougal.
I do want to ask, Nereus, what are you doing?
He's enjoying some nice quiet time in a luxurious bed away from the rest of the group.
Okay, sounds good.
Good luck.
Wish I was there.
So what is the
Dougal,
parchment?
Give me those
Yes,
parchments.
Parchment is
Yes.
a crude drawing of an individual's face. Seems to be human, but slightly balding, kind of weathered in a, kind of a beard. Is wearing a little bit of clothing, right? It's kind of a headshot with the upper chest, and you see it's ruffled of the actual blouse, a tunic, suggesting that they are a noble. It's actually written Randall Gurn, the name underneath it. Any information loosely transcribed, right, to get provided to Commander Wrangler Uku or a guard of Odima, this missing person, right? Beyond that, there's no other information about Randall Gurn. It's just the face, the name. That's it.
So this is a missing person, not a wanted person.
Correct. It's a missing person for the face, which that's why Wrangler was like, no shit, because you were literally, he literally approached Master Talrus, handed out a piece of parchment, asked if you'd see the individual, and then literally you were like, we're told by the priests to potentially help you with missing people. That was super funny. That's so funny. Very in character for sure.
I might be able to get some use out of my background then. 'Cause I have to pull it up. Use my ear to the ground feature. Let's see if I can just... Maybe not immediately, but...
Ear to the ground. Yeah, I mean, it takes a long time. I mean, you have to build the connections with the community. Obviously, you're not a bounty hunter particularly here. You might be able
Gonna
to.
be here a long time, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, you might be able to catch some folks if you're going to be here for a few and try to use this connection. There, based on your background, your story, you do know that there is here in particular Theme and a couple other cities within Arthuria. There's an organization referred to as the Rudikar. They are a thieves guild. That's what they are. So it's potentially the connections established with kind of the underworld-esque, right? If you're looking for maybe something that doesn't come from a guard or a soldier, like established, the Rudikar might be of aid.
I might have to start getting to work on that between now and when we go to bed.
Listen, Tardan.
Did you drink another pitcher yet?
Think of a congruence like a door.
Yeah, I was
Joining-
explained. It's where your world touches our world, and there are many of these across the entire primal material plane, whatever.
There used to be on either side of this door, the one that we're talking about, the one that I'm driving towards. On one side, my home. On the other side, a place called the Redwood. It was a lush and vibrant forest here on this plane, and the connection between this plane and my own yielded such benefits to both our, I'm going to say, ecosystems. Up until some point, and I cannot be sure when. I just know that it has been that way my whole life. And now, on, I'm going to say my side of the door, rests still intact, my home, yet on your side, I'll say your side of the door, a decaying, fetid, rotting corpse which was once the Redwood. It is crawling with putrescence and undeath. It pollutes everything it touches. It is destructive only. And the name and my charge from my queen is to attempt to make right this pollution, to correct this terrible toxicity that has destroyed the link between our worlds. I have very little information as far as specifics. Almost none. I have a name. I have a general direction. I have some outdated references. Seem like outdated references. And I have gathered more information in the last month than was available at home.
Well, I wish I would have known all that about an hour and a half ago.
Might have saved you some money.
Us some money. I'm gonna kind of hand over any money I have to the team. Yeah, probably best you guys hold on to this.
Actually, use it.
Well, I'm used to large quantities of money anyway.
How much is
Used
it?
to sell. I don't know, whatever. It's in the treasury, so whatever, 600 ish. I would assume is what I had left.
Gold?
Carry 1,600.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
You've been walking around with this much money?
I mean, we all have. You have like more than anybody on you.
Do I?
Well, I think you and Indigo
I think
do.
I've drank most of it.
You'd have to drink like 10,000 beers.
It's
to go
okay.
through.
Keep going. I just bought 10 gold worth of meat. I don't know. Yeah, keep going. Sorry. Speak.
Yeah, no, I'm just used to, large quantities of gold. My parents used to run a magic shop. So, a little heavy-handed when it comes to that. Maybe you guys, maybe you should hold on to it.
I'm very new to money. Maybe my shock is actually an expression of my unfamiliarity with money. I don't actually use it a lot in my life. I haven't really used it much at all before coming here. Is that a lot? It sounds like a lot. I look at Indigo. It's a lot, right? It was a lot.
It's a lot of people could use that amount.
Look, a common person can probably live off of gold for quite a while. In most areas. I don't know about up here, because in order to get the food, there's these greenhouse things where they look like they were growing crops. So I'm sure food up here is really expensive. So I'm assuming up here it's probably going to take quite a bit of money to live. So up here it's actually probably not a lot of money. Probably middle class, middle upper class.
I guess
Level
I'm
money.
actually a part of the nobility.
Oh yeah, if you're
Where I'm
nobility,
from.
then that 1,000 gold is nothing.
Well, I don't really use gold like that. But I take your meaning. Yeah, I think I understand what you mean. Certainly,
Maybe not nothing.
what I mean, yeah, we haven't had to worry about food, is what I mean. I don't really think we don't really use metal like that to purchase things. It's a little different. Plus, we have like 40 children.
How many children?
We have like 50 to 60 children, a couple, per family.
How do y'all have?
It's a lot. Yeah, I have like 45, 54 brothers. Sorry, dyslexic. I have like 50. I have like 50 something siblings.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a lot.
Does it seem like a lot? Sorry, 42. I always get mixed up. I think I'm dyslexic.
That's quite
I
a
have
few.
I have 42 siblings.
Nice. What are their names?
Oh,
Please, let's not go into that.
I actually have that.
I am all confused already today. Can we just...
Hey,
It
Harook.
is
Rock.
Dale, Willow, Maya, Jada, Jasu, Alan, Jeremy, Joy, Crystal, Kaylin, Riley, Ronan, Summer, Abraham, Janet, Marquez, Aisha, Lucy, Arthur, Kristen, Sailor, Lorena, Liliana, Ernest. That was my litter. Then Jalen, Kelvin, Olive, Carolyn, Julius, Elian, Janaya, Lily, Christian, Terrell, Ahmed, and Caitlin.
They're had in litters. That makes
That was
more
the
sense.
next litter.
For
There's
some
more.
reason, I thought it was more like human, well, other species based. Makes sense.
No. Yeah, we have
Given
litters. Madison and Sabrina were the last, or the youngest two. 41, 42 siblings? I've only had 4. But I'm young. And it was a small litter.
Harook,
Wait, so you left your...
Harook, you were asking us, is there a reason to stay? I'm assuming because you don't find a reason to stay here. You're planning on leaving tomorrow.
That's what I was planning.
Where are you gonna head?
Well, I was planning on going to either find the Redwood or to Ismar.
Is Nereus gonna go with you?
I don't know, but I doubt he wants to stay with you.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
You don't think
That
he
wasn't-
likes me? You don't think he
that
likes me?
That wasn't meant as a burn. I was just saying, you know, like based on every single interaction we've had.
Hmm.
Well, if you believe that there's something important enough to keep us here, then I would hear you out, but so far it doesn't seem that way.
There's a tree, which is the corporeal representation of one of the staple gods of this plane, and it spoke to us after having not spoken for 3 years.
And that's a reason to stay in the city for an indefinite period of time.
Indefinite. What? Would you feel better if I defined it?
I'd like to hear you try to come up with a time period that you think this is going to take. Because it doesn't
When
seem
we
like you have
find
anything
that boy.
concrete.
Well, at least until tomorrow at service. Possibly
Right.
learn a little bit more. If there's no
Right.
more leads, if there's no new information, we can go to the Redwoods, we can go to save your people, we can go help the refugees, possibly with their dragon problem. That way they can return to their city and rebuild. Or we help find this Randall Gurn.
At least give us 1 day. Give us 1 day. Can you give us 1 day?
Well, I'm not trying to belittle anything. I'm just saying, can you see from my perspective why none of this is particularly compelling for me?
Yes. Absolutely. I can see that.
And yes, I can afford a day. I will leave myself open to anything important.
You should go talk to that gnome.
In fact, Tarden will pay for your food and lodging for that day.
I just gave you all the money.
Exactly. It's coming out of that fund.
If you're having your conversation, the afternoon is setting into the evening, right? So we're kind of pushing the time here as you're having a conversation. Tarden, you finished your ales, your buzz, you getting drunk there. It's again a very nice ale. It's alcoholic. It's got good quality, good taste to it. You're feeling good about yourself. You're all kind of occupying a little bit of the bar here. And, you notice that there are a great number of individuals, common folk coming in. There's also nobility coming in here, people dressed in kind of finer cloth or silk attire, tunics, and things that are kind of tailor-made or fit. All of which have warm clothing to accompany, suggesting that they may come outside the Holy District, and then they're kind of like, oh, it's warm in here. So they're taking the large kind of coat racks and the shelving that's built up with the actual protrusion, right, hanging their coats up with their others for positions over there, and then they're finding a table, finding seating. The servers now hard at work that were sitting down at the table once before. They're kind of moving around. Master Talvers is pouring ales, fixing things up, going to the kitchen, talking to the cooks, coming out. You notice there's another barkeep that's been there. This particular dwarf is helping as well, potentially pour ales and get people served. And it's now kind of that dinner-esque time, right? That's kind of functioning here.
Hey, you guys think these people would tip me if I played a little song?
You don't have your flute,
Absolutely.
man.
You should
No,
do
that's a
that.
fair point.
Doesn't matter. Do it.
I'm sure he has something, right? Like, what bar doesn't have instruments?
I want you to picture this, Tartan. I want you to imagine a bard with every instrument possible, right? And he's trying to play the drums while he's like tooting on a harmonica, and he's got a guitar, and he's got a.
It's a
And I want you to.
harmonica.
Exactly. I want you to imagine it's an instrument we have in the Feywild. I want you to imagine how manic that bard looks. Then I want you to separately. Now I want you to imagine a bard with no instrumentation, who simply stands in front of a group of people and regales them with nothing but the power and mystery of his voice.
Oh, you mean like a ballad?
Now, who seems more confident? You. Do it.
Should I tell them a song about our fight with Ethern?
Perfect.
What?
Tell 'em how
Oh,
what's-
but
I need a group name though.
yeah, Six Pack. It's called
how
Six Pack.
How Six Pack triumphed over Ethrin, the white.
Right. Yes. Perfect.
Yeah, maybe I don't go with that.
Or you do.
Then, well, that's the name.
Mr. I spent
Feel free to-
$1,000 to
Yeah.
find out what we already do.
Point made.
Feel free not to use it, but that's the name. So
That's fair. Point made. I did spend 1,000 gold. Okay, my bad. I will approach the Master Talrus Vero and ask him if he would mind if I performed for his guests.
Okay, so coming up to the bar, Mr. Talus is just moving around very quick, very fast, sees you kind of holding up a hand, and kind of sidesteps and approaches the bar. What do you need?
I was wondering if you minded if I performed for your guests, free of charge. You know, just anything they're willing to tip, if anything. No, just give them something to listen to.
You're the musician, right?
Yes. You don't happen to have a flute, do you?
I don't have a flute. I have a schwam.
You have a lyre by any chance?
No, I
Oh
have
my
a
God.
schwam.
it's a
That's all you
schwam.
got. Got it.
I could run across the way, get you some bagpipes real quick. For free, you said, right?
Yeah, for free, but I don't really know how to play the bag. But can you get a drum? Could probably just use the bar if I wanted to do a drum or
Get you
table.
a drum. Drum?
Dude, you could totally play the
Drum.
Schwam.
All right, I'll be right back. Runs out the side entrance.
All right, I'm gonna give us a nice little beat while I tell about our tale. So how does this go with 6-pack with 5 members?
They
It's
don't
not
know that.
about. Yeah, first of all,
Like,
okay.
I'm gonna
first
work
of
it
all-
in for the humor.
Exactly. Right here. Okay, so here it is. You ready? I'll give it to you. You looking for a little nourishment, baby bird? I'll give it to you. 6-pack. You always want your enemy. You always want your enemy guessing, right? Guessing. So they see 5. They hear 6. They're looking. Now they're looking for the 6th. They're not watching you. Boom. It's a distraction. It's about misdirection.
Oh, it's like when you release pigs and you put the numbers 1, 2, and 4 on the pigs, and let the guards chase the pigs around.
Precisely. It's perfect. It's
Got
idiot proof.
Mm-hmm.
Rock, you're going upstairs. Okay. All right, you
I
playing?
can't wait to see this performance. I can't wait.
Yeah. Once he comes back with the drums, I guess I will tell a grand tale.
6 minutes past 5. All the door swings open. See Master Talrus come in, holding the drum, sweating a little bit from the run, sets it down upon the actual bar counter. It's kind of a smaller, petite drum. I'm not too familiar with musical instruments. Imagine maybe, I would say, 9 to 10 inches as far as its radius is concerned. And
Okay.
then it's kind of a handheld kind of thing. You can imagine you probably smack your back of your hand upon it or your actual palm, right? And kind of hold it with the handle at the back end. I don't know, but as far
Kind
as
of a more
drums go,
tribal drum. Got it.
sure.
Make it
Yeah.
work, man.
Yeah,
I
make
feel
it
like-
work.
I can do
Make it
this.
I feel like Indigo and I are playing the part of like super enthusiastic audience members, right? Like obviously.
Yeah, make sure you tip me lots of money.
Sees
Right,
Master
we're like a
Talrus
little over the top.
after handing the drum. Looks around. Well, good luck. Are you all getting dinner, by the way?
We have this whole plate of meat. What are you talking about? We have this giant thing of meat.
You told me that
and-
you both were growing. I figured that you would be
How
finished.
To be
with this.
fair, it's almost gone.
how much is dinner? Because these guys are very cautious about money.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Well, we have a-
we respect money. We don't like to throw it away.
We have a nice
Cautious.
roast of a loin from a boar. We put a beautiful kind of glaze over it, kind of maple with a little bit of smoke and things. We have a
gonna be
mixture
20
of
gold.
different salad greens as well as some root vegetables that we've kind of caramelized and confit. You're looking at, for the lot of you, 3 there. You 3 only? What about your other friend? Where'd he go?
I think he retired to his bedroom for the night.
Well, for you 3, looks down, folds the hands. You're gonna be able to pay if I tell you the price.
Yeah, look, we're not hobos. They're really just. They come from different walks of life.
2 gold pieces per. Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Oh.
that's fine.
It's way better than I was expecting.
Yeah. Well, most of the
Thought he
stuff is local, and we get it here and we cook it ourselves. So yeah,
Yeah, we can do 6 gold.
6 gold sounds good. All right, get you 3
You get-
plates.
You have any carrots?
Oh, yeah. How much for like just a handful of raw carrots? What is that?
From my guy
None
here.
of,
He loves
none of
carrots.
the I don't want the demi glaze. I don't want the basting.
All right.
What if it's
I'll
just like
get
a handful of raw carrots?
Listen, if he performs, I'll get you and does well. Taverns,
Mm,
I'll get you a bundle of carrots. How's it sound?
deal.
All right. Cleans the counter real quick. Looks towards you. Well, sure. Go ahead and play, drummer.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna kind of swivel on the bar stool. Put the drum kind of between my legs to kind of anchor it. You know, kind of fill out where the rhythm is, and then I am going to sing a ballad of how Six Pack, the 5-member party, bested an adult dragon after being shipwrecked.
Go ahead and roll a performance check, please.
Oh, come on. I'm getting a fucking
Uh,
bag of carrots out of this,
Would you
man.
like me to roll that D4 separately? Yeah.
Dan, yeah.
Hot four.
5.
Use the crowd goes silent. They begin to listen.
So you see, there was a group of adventurers that came together by mishap. They were dropped
What?
off the coast in the water, and before long, they found themselves ashore in a frigid, icy wilderness, unsure what was going to become of them. They set out thinking that they were goners, that they were lost, before stumbling upon a small town where they made rest. However, that wasn't their final destination. They had to trek through the mountains, in which they encountered one of the fiercest beasts of all. A dragon. One made of ice, breathing nothing but the cold, that would send chills to your very bones.
Ooh.
Then they bested it.
So
The
brave.
group, Six Pack, the 5-member party. That's all I got.
6 pack.
6 pack.
6
As you finish your performance, tail romanticized. You see Master Talbot look towards you. After running, kind of listen to the tale. Are you serious?
Yeah, that actually happened. It's a group of 5 adventurers that managed
Wow.
to best an adult white dragon. And a few Remor hazes, but I couldn't really work that in because most people know what those are.
So you defeated
Because nothing rhymes with
the white dragon.
Remorax.
I never said the group was us. I just said it was a group.
Oh,
of
a
5
group.
adventurers.
A group.
A group.
Well, if you know this group, man, you know a lot of coin. If they meet with Lord Down for lore, dragons begin in the city all sorts of problems. Woof. See, as now individuals are coming over, tossing coin at your feet. Some on the actual counter. They pick it up. Seems you get about 16 gold pieces.
Hey, that pays for the meat.
That does.
It does.
Master Talbot moves on. Food yet to be served.
Damn.
So let's go ahead and put 10 in the treasury for, since we had to pay 6 for the dinner.
Right, leave. Yeah, right. In fact, why don't you just leave the full amount on the bar and we'll take care of it.
Yeah.
Yep. As far as money goes, you are in the red.
What? Yeah,
What?
just leave.
We've
Just leave
made
it on.
like
The...
$8 grand.
Nah, don't. Just
That's the problem. You're thinking about, I've got 8 grand. I can do
No,
whatever.
I didn't say I had $8 grand. I said
Don't make us put you on an allowance.
leave the 16 on the bar and go to bed.
Oh, I
Yeah.
actually spent 1,001 gold because I also bought arrows.
How much do you spend for the arrows?
A gold?
The one.
Let's
Yeah.
keep the purchases around that amount. That's fine.
Dude, out of control.
I could do that.
Now take 5 pints and go upstairs, get some sleep. Jesus.
One of the servers now comes by, delivers your food here. The crowd itself getting to go about their normal business, if you will. Now that the tail has subsided, 3 plates of food there, silver plates with kind of a wooden kind of tray, if you will, underneath them to kind of hold with cutlery as well given to you, and refills upon the ale provided. Seems to Master Towers, this is free, so 3 ales themselves for free without any cost. Basically, giving the tale, as well as a bundle of carrots set down alongside your plate, Sir Dougal. The plate and portions itself quite decent, hearty, especially the temperature. You want to be well fed, well kept. Also, immaculate smell. It seems to be delicious and well prepared.
Delicious. That's perfect. Thank you so much. My compliments to the please don't cook it too much chef.
Oh, hey guys, I just came up with a brilliant idea, okay? Marketing scheme for our 6-pack name, right?
Right.
What if I start telling the tale every day that we're here, right? For however long it takes us to find these people. But we also talk to the barkeep into offering a 6-pack special of the beer. So you
Oh
order
my God.
6
Perfect.
beers
Right.
and you get a little discount.
Why not order them by the half dozen?
Yeah.
Perfect. And we get like a 2% royalty.
I think the tips are plenty. I don't know if you just saw how much money we made off that. That was a lot of money for like 2 minutes.
Yeah, but how many times can you tell the story about the White Dragon and us not being the actual group?
Well, that's the thing about ballads, right? You get better every time you tell it. So eventually I'm just going to write it down and we're going to evolve upon this story. Somehow I still have to work these, fiery insect things in there. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to do that yet, but...
And we have to go on new adventures to make new ballots.
Oh my God.
Exactly.
You guys
Dude,
know
I
we have to
Starts with a
talk.
rumor.
You guys know we have to talk to the Lord tomorrow too, right?
Wait, why do we have to talk to the Lord? I thought we were avoiding the Lord? Hello? What?
Yeah, I think we're actually going to talk to the Lord at some point. I wasn't going to tell the worry warts about it, but
You do realize that I was the one that made the deal to turn over the Duke.
well, I hear you, but we made, I'm going to say, inroads with the local clergy, and in reciprocation for our commitment to help some of their plight, she has put in a good word, I guess you should say, right, with the Lord on our behalf. So maybe it doesn't happen, right? I'm not saying it will happen, but it's probably going to happen.
That would be who we talk to about the dragon and the refugees.
Let's find out more about the dragons, huh?
And the missing people.
Master Towers just basically hinted also at a potential just spoken whatever group had accomplished that.
Yeah, but we didn't really kill the dragon, I don't want to say that we killed the dragon.
You think?
We're equipped to deal with it.
Yeah, maybe stop saying that part. Definitely didn't kill the dragon, right?
Didn't kill, didn't slay.
Right. No slaying.
I said we bested, it did leave.
It's a stretch.
Okay. Listen, you have creative license. It's you. You're the one up there. It's totally your arena.
I could tell about the whole him being under control by Dalamar, because we do know that was true. So we essentially freed an evil dragon.
Oh, that would be terrible to say.
Yeah, that's kind of wishy-washy. Some people may be like, "Why didn't you kill it? Why didn't you?"
Yeah, don't say that. Yeah, we're part of the problem now.
It's like the Giants all over again.
But what do you guys say? We meet downstairs in the morning, and then we we'll go to service, or yeah, we'll go to service. We'll go to talk to
Right.
the Lord, and
Right.
then if there's no headway there, then we go help Harok's people, and we look for the redwoods on the way.
Aren't Harok's people in the redwoods in two opposite directions? Did I misunderstand that?
Are they? I mean, I don't know. I don't know which one takes precedence.
Well, I think judging by timeline, Harok's people probably take precedence. No offense, Sir Dougal, but this corruption, at least from our side, seems to have been around for a while, judging by the info
Yes.
I got.
Yes.
So, a few extra days, unfortunately, you know.
Frankly, I have to admit that my attempt at conveying urgency is a reaction to my being granted the charge, if that makes sense.
So it's you need to do it, but not.
I do need to do it. I have to do it. I might die trying. That's how serious that is, right? I don't want to minimize
If you
it in
do,
any way.
Indigo will die right beside you.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yes, but it is urgent. I don't want to erase my entire claim to its urgency. It is urgent. Certainly, however long it's been happening, however many decades it's been happening, I've been given its charge for a reason, and I've been given it at the time I was given it for a reason. It wasn't trivial.
I agree, and I didn't mean to make it seem trivial. I just
I'm
meant
not-
in
yeah,
terms
I'm not-
of-
Right. Okay, cool. I'm not putting those words in your mouth. I just, I will defer to anyone's sense that their urgency is greater than mine.
Sounded like Harok's was pretty.
It did.
immediate.
Well, he's one of us, so we got to look out for him and his people.
Unless him and Nereus decide to leave us tomorrow.
You know, Nereus is like always on that cusp, right?
Yeah, I feel like I don't do anything to make that better. Should really work on that.
You know, you really don't.
You gotta want to work with others.
Right. Why does he hate you? He hates you.
You know,
What is that?
I don't know. I really don't know.
It's terrible.
Maybe one of you should ask and then let me know so I
Right.
can work on it.
Indigo, ask
To
him.
be to be fair, I don't believe he's very fond of me, and I don't find him that agreeable. You gotta want to work with people. Strength in numbers. I'm sure Harok will go and try to save his people regardless, but if we all go with him, it's a better chance of success. Same thing with the Redwoods. Same thing with the dragon
Yes.
that calls the refugees. You know, I have no allegiance to the refugees in this town that left, because of the dragon, but other than just their people who got ran out of their home. And I think they deserve help just as much as Harok or the Redwoods or anything,
Yeah, I just need practice writing my ballads, so that's why I'm in this.
You
Just
just
throwing it out there.
buy a flute before we leave town, please. And
Yeah,
I'm going
dude,
to,
you should have something.
You should have
I
a
mean-
flute or a spare flute or something.
Please don't.
What about the drums?
Don't steal the man's drums, God.
I'm
Yeah, what do you
sure he'd
mean?
be fine if I took them with me. I can ask.
Weren't they alone?
Where's he at? I'm gonna
Pretty
wave
sure-
him around.
Pretty sure they were alone. He's
Not there.
working.
He's in the kitchen right now.
I'm going to take a to-go plate and tell my two friends that I am going to go upstairs and have a nightcap with this good food, and I'm going to begin the assembly of the east side of the room's fort.
Wait, you guys are making a room for it?
Dude, we're totally making a port.
You guys cool if I just use your room? I just need to meditate for like 4 hours.
Dude.
So like,
What do you mean use the room? The room is a fort.
you
don't
mind if
use
I
the
use a corner of a fort to meditate for 4 hours?
Just don't
Well,
be
sure.
Just don't be weird about it. Just
Yeah, I'm me. I don't make any promises.
come on. And as I yell up the stairs, I'm like,
Yeah,
Fort
dude,
time.
you get to stay in the moat though.
What am I, Nereus?
Yeah.
I'm gonna wait for Master Talvis to come out so I can ask him if I can buy the drum from him with another
Okay.
performance tomorrow.
Master Talvis, after a couple minutes, has returned from the kitchen, kind of holding a planner, sets it down onto a table, rounds back around the counter after going into the dining room, and then comes to the bar counter, sees you kind of waiting, and reminds you once more, rag over his shoulder, grabs a bottle of wine underneath. Yeah, what can I help you with?
This drum, I was wondering, I think we're planning to stay for an extra day or so. If I performed again tomorrow, would you mind if I kept the drum? How much did the drum cost you?
That's fine. You can keep the drum for the performance tomorrow, but I do want it back.
Okay. Do you know who happens to sell instruments in this town? I know you just like ran across.
Scratches that a little bit. I'm sure you can get it. There's a window shop in the Merchants District. I'm gonna say Sal's. I'm not sure. I'm not really buying instruments myself.
Got it. Well, you should pick up a lyre in case you get any more traveling bards. But other than that, yeah, I will. I'm gonna practice on this drum tonight, quietly in my room, and
right.
perfect this ballad.
Okay. Do you even have a room?
I'm staying with these guys. I don't really sleep.
Oh,
So, like, I'm
all
just-
so 3 into room 7.
Yeah, but I'm not sleep. What do you
know
know
what?
about elves?
I know you do need to rest. I'm gonna let you all do what you're gonna do. All right, but again, no destroying my room, whatever it is you got going on. All right.
Yeah, they
Team
said something
Ford.
about a moat.
What? A moat?
No. No, not allowed in moat. Sorry, poor calls.
Listen. All right. Please do not destroy the room.
I will not destroy the room. I like it.
I will
here.
not destroy the room.
I appreciate it.
I'm not
Well,
there.
you have a good night then. All right.
You too.
What do you have? Deniability because you're not there.
I'm getting a head start on the fort.
I'm gonna head upstairs as well.
All right. So you all head up upstairs. Harak, Darius, you're still in your rooms, just vibing. Going?
So
Okay.
glad I'm not part of this garbage conversation.
Who's in room 6?
That's a rock.
Right, Harak, you are next door to the 3 that are now moving furniture in their room, shifting things around. Oh, it is loud. If you've ever been in an apartment building with a family above you with 6 kids,
And a drummer.
and
And a drummer.
and a drummer.
Yeah, practicing the
They
drums
are
quietly.
going at it. So we're going to go ahead and take our break on that note. So we'll come back at 7:03 p.m. PST. So if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Group 5 appreciates it, and we will see you when we get back.
Group 5,
Group 5.
All right, welcome back. If you're watching the stream again, thank you. We're vibing. We're chilling. Having a good time. Everyone seems
Vibing.
to have gone upstairs to their respective rooms at this point. A question to each of you at the stage. Right, I know you three are ramaging and moving your room to accommodate whatever needs it is that you're attempting to do. Is there anything in particular you all are doing in your rooms before we close out the night?
Don't believe so.
No? All right.
Build a fort.
Yeah, we're gonna build the
up
fort.
an
We're already
alarm
building the
spell.
fort.
Alarm spell?
Yeah, just doing an alarm spell. Those are
Making sure everything's all locked in, nice and tight. Sounds good.
well, the last thing he wants is to not be aware if anybody comes into his room, even if they are his traveling companions.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and advance the time clock. So cast the alarm, creating that ward of your space, protecting your room from any entry or barring that. Eventually, you three get your room situated, put into a fort of kind, that specifications that will meet that, and it's a good old fashioned slumber party.
Dude, sick.
Cube jitterbug music, if we can do that. Yeah. Da-da-da jitterbug. Da-da-da jitterbug. Zoolander reference. Nobody? All right. Let's hit hard there. Okay. Zoolander?
Is that a thing in Zoolander? Do they play
Yeah,
the
you're
jitterbug?
talking about this when they all get blown up at the gas station. Come on,
The gas
orange mocha
station.
frappuccinos. Come on,
Orange
that's like
mocha
how do you not-
frappuccinos!
How do you?
I don't remember that.
Wow.
Just
okay.
before they woke up at their anyways. I can't believe I remember that. It's like the literal most memorable scene in the entire
Yeah, it's the
movie.
one when you're just like, what is this movie? Because it's like kind of normal weird until that point, and then they're just all dead. And you're like, wait, what?
literally, they were spraying each other with gasoline. They were
Yeah, well, they're just having a
Oh,
fight. They're just
right.
having a fight. It's fun. They're model.
Right, the freak gasoline fight.
Yeah.
I remember it now.
all right,
continue.
all right, okay. So, anyways, you have your nice slumber party. You get bed down. Eventually, you all get your long rest here. I'm going to advance the time clock to the next day. So we're going to come to pretty early in the morning, 6:30, right? Because you're all taking a pretty early night in, so to speak. And eventually, you hear doors, not necessarily around you in essentially this west corridor here, but other people kind of maybe rising a little bit, and just kind of opening the doors and shifting to either leave, go downstairs. Unclear at this time.
We put the room back exactly as it was.
Okay.
Stole all the little towels and soaps, though. Like the little.
Taking the travel stuff.
Oh yeah, everything is gone. I mean, the bedding and the pillows and the headboard—they're all back to where they belong. But like the little toiletries, gone.
Okay. You're taking the TP. You're taking the little soaps, the little soap
Toilet
bars,
paper
little
is history.
Taking some of the
Right.
towels. All right.
Well,
Try to
towel is a brave.
Try to get his tingle back.
Towel is a brave move. Towel is a lot.
Picking up all this stuff. I like it. Okay. Eventually, I don't know who's going down when or what's going on, but you three are in your room. Darius, Rock, you're in your own room. So you're beginning to rise up. I imagine Darius, you'd probably still be sleeping, but taking in the vibe. But this would be kind of the time that you all would have your long rests. Would be over. And obviously, for Tard, your long rest would be over. 4 hours.
Is there paper in the room? Paper and a pen?
There is no paper and a pen in the room. There is a book within the nightstand in one of the next to the queen size bed. The particular book Seems to be a book about Paylor, the scripture. It seems to be a slight copy of that. Um, and it has several different prayers, also a couple poems, and really just talks about Paylor's divine light, reaching and giving thanks, and it's the good book.
I was just looking to search for something to write this ballad down on. I guess I would go downstairs to look for food. Once Sir Dougal and Indigo and I finish putting the room back together.
Okay. So, coming downstairs, there are very few people in here, actually significantly less than there was before, and when you actually first arrived at the actual tavern. You notice the tables are nice and kept, pushed in, napkins freshly pressed, put on the actual tables. Candles are dimly lit, refreshed if they've gone empty. Fireplaces have been restacked. A lot of this stuff has happened before you even woke up, even though it's extremely early, 6:30 in the morning here, so it is early. Extremely, I should say, but it is early. As you can see, one of the barkeeps, which was the actual dwarf that you had accompanied before, groggy and tired, working diligently here to kind of clean and move into the kitchen, come out, but you do not see Master Tower. Seems to be shoveled underneath the bar counter right now, cleaning things up. Hearing you all come downstairs, slightly comes up. Oh! Hello!
Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning! How'd you all sleep?
Perfect. Wonderful.
That's great. I'm glad. You all want breakfast?
Eggs, sausage, bacon,
Wait. How much is
potato.
breakfast?
Oh,
Oh, how much?
Master Talrus told me about you all being kind of picky as far as what you wanted to spend. Breakfast, same price as dinner last night, 2 gold per. And I get you eggs, sausage, potatoes, the works. Sound good?
Sounds good.
You won't get a finer meal at all of Odima, tell you that.
Fine.
What about that rich place up the road?
Oh,
Place are you talking about?
the High Squire.
Yeah, that place.
Oh, the High Squire? Yeah, that place, I don't like it. I can't go there, so.
Yeah, us either.
Imagine they got good food too, you know, but yeah. Oh, anyways, drinks.
I
Water,
think we're going to
Mead, wine, ale. I also have coffee.
Mead.
coffee.
Coffee.
You're gonna
Water
drink
for
before
me.
we go to church?
Hey, man. Hair of the dog. You understand?
No wonder you were able to talk to a tree.
All right, I got a water. I got a coffee. I got a mead. What else?
You got juice?
I don't have any juice. Nothing keeps
Lame.
like that, unfortunately. Not up here.
Coffee, then. Thank you.
All right. What about you? What's rock?
Water.
Sounds good. All right. Why don't y'all go take a seat at the table over there? Since you all I don't really have a. I mean, you can sit at the bar if you really want. I was don't here. But maybe make yourself more comfortable.
So, Suppose now
Have you
that
s-
we're all together.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are we all agreed that we're going to church at 12
$12 noon.
noon?
What's at church?
An introduction with the Lord.
Oh, did we want to meet the Lord?
I said the same thing.
Well, great minds think alike, don't they, Tardan?
Whoa. Might have been the first nice thing you ever said about Tardan. In so far that it was a compliment to yourself, but
I
might
am
still
taken
count.
aback right now.
Yeah.
My heart. I don't know if I can handle
that's
this.
true, Sir Dougal. If I've said anything callous, it was surely in jest.
Really? Well, I think it would only benefit us, to be in good favor with the Lord. Indigo and I have learned of some troubling news here in town, and because Indigo and I know how much you love a distraction, we have asked for more specifics.
I'm but one of 5, whatever you think.
Right.
And for more
So that-
motivation. Go ahead.
Yeah, you go.
Oh, I was just gonna say, for more motivation, we can always tell him that we did best the white dragon. The barkeep did say that the group that bested the dragon would likely get a reward.
Is that
ignore
what
the
we
fact
did?
that ignore the fact that it's not dead.
I'm sure you've thought through this plan entirely, but where does the church factor into this?
Right. This whole city exists as an extension of a local divine artifact, the Sun Tree. Indigo and I visited the Sun Tree and
Communed with.
spoke with it, right? Communed with it, exactly. After 3 years of silence, it broke and spoke with Indigo and myself. It is hampered, it is hindered by some strange, unquantifiable force. After speaking with the priestess in the temple, we agreed that the least we could do was attend her mass the next day, today at noon, before we leave. Now, apart from that, separately, we have discovered that there have been a rash of abductions, or sorry, not abductions, disappearances here in Othema, and we offered our services.
We also met the lead investigator. He arrived last night. He doesn't seem like he was too anxious to
Accept our help.
Accept our help, other than just if we saw the individual on that piece of paper, I'll look over to Dougal if he wants to show it, and we can seek him out and let him know. But I don't believe we're looking to stay here for that long just to attend that service, because after the service we were going to touch base with the priestess, probably get an introduction with the Lord, see if anything will come of that. If not, gather supplies, leave town.
Whatever you think.
That was relatively painless. Okay, so good. We'll sup. We'll breakfast. We will attend the priestess's noontime ceremony. And if it turns out that the city doesn't want our help, can't imagine why they wouldn't, but if it turns out that they don't want our help, then we'll continue on our way.
Oh, also, I was given the name of a flute shop, or, well, potential flute shop. Since, as you saw last night, the drums did not go very well.
No?
I mean, they went okay.
What do you mean? I thought that was a rousing success.
I think the storytelling, man, the content,
Yeah,
the
it's all in the
consistency.
flavor. The
Yeah,
whole thing is the flavor. Why do you think why do you think that the interesting?
I just feel like the upbeatness of, drums tell darker tales, and a flute tells a lighter tale. It's the pitch difference.
How do you speak? How do you tell a story while you're playing a flute?
You play it in between.
I feel like that was a great question.
All right, here's your food: eggs, sausage, bacon, bread, hash browns. Did I say eggs? I said eggs. All right. Sets out individual plates, one large platter. Two large platters of the food, and then plates out for all of you. And noticing it's not silver necessarily; it seems to be more wooden or metal based in the actually kind of the plates and the cutlery and things. So you're noticing there may be a change as far as what they actually give patrons depending on the meal. So it seems more of like a communal kind of not necessarily it's a class that you potentially had at dinner time. So this kind of swing, more of like a B&B at this point, bread and breakfast type style thing. Tankards, essentially of the mead. That's right. A couple actual clay cups full of water, and then the coffee there. So there's drinks being provided, whatnot, the specific things, and getting that correct there. The person who takes many trips back and forth. This is just them. The other server seems to be bouncing around the other tables and actually serving their drinks themselves. Have yet to see the master themselves. After finishing and kind of giving you all your food and your drink, Sully looks. Anything else?
I think that's
I'm
all.
good. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Well, you're all welcome. Let me know if you need anything else. My name's Andrew. Runs back. Continues to clean underneath the bar counter.
Is there anything anyone wants to accomplish before noon? I believe we have some time.
Maybe just walk around and take in the city for a minute.
Ooh,
Sir Dougal,
Crater area. Go ahead.
would you like me to sing to the sun tree?
that's an idea. Think about that. Maybe we
I
should
don't
all
see
try
where it
to
could
speak
hurt.
country. Yeah, right. Absolutely. Um. w- Okay. Yeah.
I think there were songs about, or not song, poems about Palor upstairs. Could all try singing one of the poems. Songs are essentially poems in a way, just put to tune.
You know, it's kind of weird that you two don't perform together.
We just haven't had a chance, Sir Dougal.
Okay, tonight, if we're still here, and I'm not saying we will be, right? It's possible. If we're still here, thank God, whatever. If we're still here, I think you two should perform together.
I would need a flute or something
Oh.
to match the harmony.
Sure, terrific. Get a flute. Get a flute. I get a flute before 10 o'clock. Are you telling me we have an expert singer and an expert musician and we're not performing together?
I usually sing alone, but if it's what the group wants,
I thought it was a good idea. I don't know. Seems like
Well,
a
we
good idea.
I'm fine with the idea.
we need to get the man a flute, so let's pick him up a flute on the way to service. And I gotta find a small shop as well. Just
What are
super
you looking
fast.
for?
I just need a few more. I need to replenish my healing kits that I use to help you guys and other people. I'm running a little low.
For some reason, I feel like we might find those in the same spot.
Should be quick, just in and out. We go to mass and see what's going on.
Yeah, I think you said it was Silver Falls Emporium. Sounds about right. Which, if I remember right, is somewhere. I know where the blacksmith's at. Probably somewhere in that same area.
Did they give you directions?
They didn't, but I spent all half of yesterday roaming through the city. I hope I.
Yeah, you would. Silver Falls Emporium is quite popular, so you'd probably hear about it on your own. To you,
That-
Silver Falls Emporium, as far as it's saying, it's a more of a religious shop. So for like incense and other sorts of maybe magical items and books, scriptures, as well as just an emporium in the sense that it has a variety of different things. So, you eat your breakfast, finish up, get to a point, feel good, feel healthy, feel strong, feel fed. No one really has came in. People are just slowly eating. Couple people went back up to their rooms, and you have not seen the master yet. Onward.
Well, if everyone is ready, I can show you guys to the merchant district. Sure, we can find what we're looking for there.
Yeah, let's stretch our legs.
Let's avoid the drift. Unless you like getting shit thrown on you.
You gotta hang on to
You
that
got-
one, Dad.
Hang on to that one.
You got shit thrown on you yesterday?
I no. I don't know if you know this, but there's this nice little magic spell I have called Prestigitation. I don't get dirty.
So you head from the Holy District as you do. You probably stay near your side. Some district getting away from you. So going by the large and expansive foundries of the Othema here, the foundries themselves, amid by a lot of smoke of coal or charcoal, blossoming from the many different chimneyscapes of the metallic and stone building structures around that there. As you continue to press by, you get further into the merchants. I'm just going to go ahead and ping. Sunfall is actually right there as far as the location. So going further in, but you've moseyed, you've got an idea. Eventually, after a period of time passes, you've been going block after block, moving by people, passing, no one's really hawking at you, crying at you, or anything like that. People are just going about their day, moseying about. A lot of people, these are workers, particularly people who either work in the foundries or the greenhouses, or maybe in the shops, if you will. But there's a great deal of individuals that influx from the drift into the merchants. So that's kind of what you're undertaking right now, is that you're kind of moving past, and people are kind of moving by you really quick in pace to get to their work. Eventually, you reach Silver Falls Emporium. It's a two-story with glazed and metal-etched windows, a shop, brick stone with a clay tile roof accompanies a solid stone foundation. A double-windowed door with squared pocket windows is met by a stone staircase about 2 feet from the city's level. As you come in, the door itself is open. There's people kind of pouring in and out of it, if you will. And so you can see easily 3 to 4 dozen people that are actually inside of the Emporium, particularly shopping. Inside, the vaulted 11-foot ceilings are ripe with volumes of books on the southern wall fit into wooden or stone racks. A ladder slides across the floor to reach the uppermost volumes. On the opposite wall are stone shelves protruding with various religious supplies or equipment, one of which happens to be healer's kits. Underneath and above on additional shelves are surplus for these items, usually crates or barrels, sacks. In the middle are 2 rows that form into two rows that form into like 4 columns, if you will. And they are fit with goods ranging from armor, weapons, equipment, just a massive variety. In fact, you're able to see there's pieces of plate in here that are kind of scarred and tarnished a little bit. You might find a bow itself that is just not strung, but the wood itself is quite sturdy and decent, forming into what you would all take as a pawn shop. There is, though, a whole vibe about this particular establishment that it is centered around religious items, and you find a majority of those items beyond anything else. At the back, opposite the entrance, and this is a great number of feet. I mean, we're talking easily 80 to 90 feet. This actual structure is a large, lighter wooden table fit kind of as a counter space, and has kind of 6 to 8 legs of this table. Little items like flasks of holy water sit upon it, as well as ink pen, ledgers, scales, and other administrative items. The best way that I can phrase this counter, it's very similar to like a gas station. You got all your little knickknacks and your little pocket items that you're trying to sell and things like, here, get your holy water type here. Here's a little bottle of it. And behind the counter itself is a semi-arched doorway with a white cloth cover. Through the seams, you can kind of see, even at this distance, you can observe that there is a storeroom. And it's present there with large amounts of crates and barrels and other sorts of items. And there are multiple people working back there, moving stuff around, potentially suggesting that there is a back entrance or a way to get back into the storeroom that you don't have to go through the actual shop floor. There is a wooden staircase, and it sits on the east side of the counter, and it seems to spiral up, disappearing to the second floor. There is a rope that kind of goes across it, and it states with a wooden plaque as it dingles down from it, "No customers allowed." Again, the shop in its entirety is quite large. It's massive for what it really is, and again, it's fit with customers, and many of these individuals are people that have made pilgrimage to the holy city. So think of yourselves as touristas coming in and getting yourself a little gift shop items, and that is a good sense of the vibe.
Well, it looks like this is a one-stop shop. Is anyone looking for anything beyond?
Flute.
Oh yes, I gathered that, but I meant extra equipment if we're going to be hunting down people. Namely, is there anything Harak needs to track people beyond what we have?
I don't think so.
We don't need any like shackles or anything like that.
Manacles.
Are we talking about the missing people?
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't the implication that they're just missing? They're not like criminals or anything.
Yeah, but what about the people that took the missing people?
Did they say that anybody took them? I thought they were just missing.
People don't usually just go missing.
I didn't think this party was the kind to bring someone to justice.
I mean, we didn't kill the Duke. I was just throwing out ideas. I guess I'm gonna go rummage for the most polished flute I can find.
Okay, go and make a perception check.
How many flutes do you think are in this place? The most polished flute.
Hey, look, I had to specify, okay? Look, I care about stuff.
Looking around, trying to find, going through the knickknack of the shelving in the interior of this emporium. Eventually, you find a small shelf. It seems there's a couple flutes, two of which are on there, both used and of mediocre quality.
I guess they'll do. I'll take one and ask the shopkeeper, whoever's behind the counter, how much.
Okay. So you go into line. 8 people are in the line currently.
Hey, Indigo, grab some of those healer kits that you need.
I grabbed 2.
Okay. 2 leader skits. Abundance of them. Seem to be pre-prepared, ready to go. And they each have a stitching upon the leather of the actual satchel to them. It says Silver Falls Emporium, the greatest religious shop in the world.
Well, I'll be the judge of that as I look for any items dedicated to the service of Volk.
Roll for perception.
Hey.
At 20, Harak. Harak, as you're beginning to look around, attempting to find, you find a very interesting saddle. This particular saddle is used to ride particular dire wolves, and that it has some qualities and stitching leather about it that are quite old, ancient, and in a language that you do not speak.
All right. I will take it and get in line.
Okay.
Or,
Getting in line, Tardan, come up to you first. Tardan, are you all grouping together? Are you skipping lines here? You all grouping together, kind of bypassing to stay tight in the line? Because this is form.
I think I would just hold Indigo's
Oh,
medical kits on me, healer kits.
All right, so eventually, Tardan, you make your way. Several minutes have passed by. This particular dwarf is actually quite fast. Older dwarf, slight weathered, wrinkled in the face, balded head, but has a kind of a braid that comes off from single like a hair piece out of the back end into a braid. Has a mixture of different white, red, and green vestments that are overlapping themselves. Black boots, the matching bracers to that, a few rings, an amulet. There's a big bushy kind of black beard that comes down, and then it's curled a little bit into a brooch of some kind that has the symbol of Palor itself there. Has a darker eyes. They're almost near black in the way that they look. And they're immediately shuffling through different things when you approach. Kind of taking a little bit of opportunity to get stuff done and then making the way to use. Hello! Welcome! I haven't seen your face in here before. My name is Rulvik Silverfalls, and welcome to my fine and esteemed emporium. This will be it for you?
Yeah, just the 2 healer kits and this here flute.
Ah, healer kits indeed. I make the finest. All the land. You won't find a better one. Well, let's see here. Tally this up. That'll be 11 gold, please.
I will hand over 11 gold.
Thank you kindly for your business. Tell all your friends, come to the Emporium and you will see.
I give him kind of a thumbs up and I toss the healer kits to Indigo.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Eventually, Harak, you get there. Setting aside the saddle, 6 minutes pass by since Tardan has been helped. Setting the saddle down, large, see, putting hands up. Whoa! This thing! Wow, I didn't think anybody would ever buy it.
yes, well, how much are you asking?
Well, this itself is... It is quite a trinket. It is. Something that I happened to find in my travels through Taklar long ago. Distant traveled lands, fighting ruthless centaurs, and battling vile...
Orcs?
Yes, well, I don't imagine you be one of them, since you're in here. But, it's a long time ago. Things can change. Bought this from a trader there. Didn't know its true value, but I do. Something that is prized. Quite religious indeed. What interest do you have with it? I might wonder.
Well, well, I am a follower of the god it belongs to.
I see. Well, a follower you are. The saddle will prized and will carry you great distance. For this, I can give rid of it for 1,500 gold pieces.
And what does it say here? I'll point to what I can't read.
These are runes. They are an old ancient language. This is Old Common. It's not speaked anymore. It's far outdated. And most of the texts I have, it's parsed together, as far as transcribed. It was the language in early creation period, this planet. They speak that the rider, in particular, cannot be thrown. The mount itself, the saddle, perhaps was graced by the very legs of folk.
Wow. Been collecting dust for long?
It has sat for a good distance, yes. Right over 100 years. And much more beyond that, as it was carried by traders, particularly the Ravashid, nomadic and reigned in the Crystal Desert. Just happened to make its way back home in Deesmar.
How did it end up here?
I bought it from someone in Takthar, as I stated, and I put it within my prize positions. I am a great collector. I take summers usually off, and I travel afar, shutting down the shop and leaving it to my employees, and I find great and prized possessions in far-off lands. Well, used to anyways, since there's been a blockade. Damn Telthars. I love Paylor, but those zealots.
Yes, well, I'm wondering why somebody would sell something like this to someone like you.
Well, see, lad, you rolled a nat 20. Just, no.
All right.
This has been in my possessions for some time. Why someone would sell it to me was that I had a great deal of coin. They themselves needed it far more than me. To this, they did not know this was simply a saddle they used on one of their oxes, pulling a cart or a wagon of some kind. But I saw its true value. I could read the runes, a little bit of the Old Common I speak, and at least read.
Well, I really don't want to pay full price for this because I've already spent so much money, but
Look, listen, I do appreciate your business, and I would love to sell you this, but I have a whole slew of customers. As you can see, the line is piling up. 1,500 gold pieces is a solid price for this item, and I will greatly and gladly sell it to you at that price. So what say you? Buy you shall?
do you accept trades?
Trade. Well, that is a different thing indeed. Yep. Yova! See a halfling hop out of the curtain. Take over! Come with me. Slides you over. Leads you into the storeroom. It's a massive area back here, similar to kind of a warehouse, if you will. Sits on the back end of the building, connects into two different adjacent structures. Dozens upon dozens of crates, barrels. There's a landing loft area that goes around, ropes, hoists, and pulleys. A crane even is in here. It's a large kind of barn-style door opens up to the back end of the building for carts and wagons to actually offload their cargo. Finding a little spot of a crate, stops. What do you have to trade?
Well, I can offer you this very fine bottle of liqueur that I got from... I don't want to tell him that I just bought this, but... I don't know. I'll be vague, and I'll just show him that bottle that I bought for 900 gold and see what he thinks about it.
It's a very interesting bottle indeed, but I don't sell alcohol. Liqueur. I have no business for this.
Okay. What would you What would you give me for this? I'll show him my gemstone. Not that I'm actually going to try to trade it, but just see what he thinks about it.
Well, that is a very interesting gem. I'd have to get that appraised to know its true value. I take nothing at face, often. Is this something you'd be willing to give up? I can get someone here by the noon hour.
I would be interested in that.
Well, I'll keep this set on hold for you then, and I will get someone to appraise it.
Okay.
What was your name?
I am Hrock of the White Breakers of Eastmar.
Good. Well, Harok of the White Breakers of Izmar, I will see you at noon then, yes?
Yes.
So
Now
it
to
shall
go
be done.
ask my friends for some cash.
All right, well, come around the back entrance here. I'll be waiting for you, yeah?
Okay.
Farewell. Sven, no! You have to move it this way. You'll break those pots. You walk back into the shop. All right, finding yourselves together now inside of the shop after many minutes have passed by. I'm going to advance the time to just an hour or so of travel there, and then obviously shopping. It won't take too much time conversation. Eventually, you kind of meet up slowly back in the shop. You got your goods. What you gonna do?
Did everyone get everything they came for? Shall we head for the church and wait for whatever it is you guys got us into? I can't say anything. I usually get us into stuff, so.
We could head there, and then maybe you guys can see if you guys can commune with the tree before the mass starts.
I do have one thing to settle before I return here. Would any of you want this elven chain that we found in Etherin's lair? It is very light, so I'm sure that even if you're not used to wearing it, you wouldn't have any trouble with this.
Is there any reason that you're asking? I feel like as somebody that's usually on the front lines, it would come in quite handy for you.
I don't know how to say this in character, but I will say that it works out to the same bonus for me.
Hey. I mean, I guess at that point, I'm the only other one that could wear it.
You're definitely the only one that would benefit from it, considering everyone else.
Yeah, if nobody else needs it, then it's better than this. And I'm just going to kind of like tug on the leather a little bit. The studded leather.
Okay. And for that generosity, I'll be taking 1,400 gold from the treasury.
You got to talk to them on that one. And Indigo and
Yeah, wait a second.
Wait. How does that work? Okay, I'm giving you the elven chain that I was wearing, so you have to give me coin, but it's still part of all of our gold here.
Yeah, see, it's all liquid. I'm moving some stuff around, but...
The elven chain that
just-
we received from all of us.
Just note, Harak, that the treasury, the gold, there is a fraction of that is yours. I mean, that's really what it is. It's just held together. Obviously, if you're kind of lumping your gold together, you might want to try to work a little bit on talking with each other and being like, hey, I want to get this. I'm going to take the party's gold for this. I think that no one would put up any sort of problem if you just maybe communicated what you're attempting to do. I think that everyone would be totally accepting of what you're going to procure.
Well, I'm assuming that, well, unless I specifically said otherwise, I would have told the party everything that their characters weren't present for, just for the sake of expediting communication.
Oh, in terms of the saddle?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're
I
trying
don't
to
actually.
buy... Go ahead.
I don't actually have anything that I need the money for. If we have money and you want to spend it, let's spend it.
However, my only caveat to that is if we're going to do that, we may as well swing over by the blacksmiths and see if we can't get you, Sir Dougal, a better weapon. Not that... Oh, I guess you have the rapier. Never mind. I forgot you had a magic weapon.
Just a magic weapon.
Oh, I guess we could get
Captain-
you a bigger magic weapon.
Oh, really?
Size matters, right?
Is that what matters? The size, right?
Size matters. So we could get you a... What'd you come over here with? Did you have a sword of some sort? What were you
Well,
using on the...
I have been using Captain Keelut Yon's rapier in their memory, but I also agreed to return it to their kin.
So then it sounds like you need yourself a weapon. Yes.
Well, certainly after we find Keelut Yon's kin, yes.
Well, we're here. May as well pick it up while the blacksmith's right down the road. And then we can find something for Nereus. And I don't know what monks... You guys don't wear armor. At least not that I can see.
This
But
monk
what do
is-
you...
This monk is about to take out his portion of all the gold and hold it to make sure that it goes to something with helping people as opposed to randomness. That's what he's about to do.
Is my religion just randomness to you?
It's not
Wow.
random. However, I don't think that a saddle for a wolf that you do not have is pertinent this second.
Could we perhaps compromise and ask if we can put a down payment on the saddle and come back when we get you a wolf?
Absolutely hold it or anything. But in my mind, all the money we've spent while we're here, we could have spent less, and that gold could have went to somebody who possibly would need it more than us. I feel like we are just splurging because we have gold. And maybe it's from where I'm from, but my religion is about not spending so much just because, accepting the less because it's enough.
How sad for you, Indigo.
I mean, if that's what you think.
It
I
is.
can very easily just take my portion of the gold and I can do with it what I will. You gentlemen can do anything with your gold as you see fit. But I don't want my gold going to random expensive stuff. I think I can figure out something better to do with it for me. But if we keep it together and talk about it, it's fine. But I just don't want it to go so quickly.
Also, how are you going to carry the saddle around, Harok?
Probably the same way we're carrying 20,000 silver pieces.
Fair enough.
I got a backpack.
I got a backpack for that.
Backpack for
Oh,
a giant dire
yeah.
wolf.
He's gonna upsell me on a special carrying case that costs 2,000 gold, and I already got the saddle, so I can't say no.
Swindler's trick, sleazy car salesman.
Nereus, if you don't want to go to the service, like I suspect you don't, you could come with me while I finish this deal at the same time. Might be good to have some backup, just in case.
Whatever you think, Harok.
Is On that note, is there any particular reason why you're suddenly so much more agreeable?
I thought you'd never ask.
I was waiting for somebody.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Oh. Never mind.
Just roll with it, Harok. Just roll with it. It's fine. All right, so meet back at the flagon dragon thingy mabobber. Zealous flagon, that's the one. Yep.
Yeah.
I don't expect my thing to take too long, so I might be able to meet you partway through the church service.
I don't know what protocol R is on church services, but Indigo might know. He seems religious-ish.
I'm spiritual, I'm not religious. But it sounded like an hour and a half. I know people that have went to mass and religious gatherings. You know, it's not an all-day thing. People have jobs and things to do.
So, sounds like you're all heading there early, though. You don't want to wait till noon, or are you waiting till noon to attend the service and then talk afterwards, or are you attempting to talk before?
I think it was me, Indigo, and Sir Dougal were gonna go now and try to commune with Mr. Tree. Mr. Matt. And then Harok and Nereus were gonna stay behind for the appraisal trade thing.
Okay. All right. So, which one do you want to do first? As far as I think we're gonna do probably the Sun Tree stuff first, since it sounds like you're gonna do that earlier, and then you all are gonna hang out as far as until the noon hour to do the appraisal stuff.
Sounds about right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Getting the scene set up a little bit here. Okay, so you leave the shop, some of you, and or at least, oh my god, there's a huge buck outside my window. Blacktail, whoa! It's a massive rat. So, anyway, sorry, I'm distracted. Okay, so as you, some of you, anyways, as you make your way outside of the actual Emporium, or at least you're maybe just hanging around, Harak. So, but you see that the calm down of the bustle, the hustle and bustle that you've noticed before, it's kind of calming down, right? So you're getting to a level of, people are at their work right now, so many of the shop doors are open. People are kind of looking out, they're sweeping the front areas and stuff, and just doing the kind of common things that they would do in the morning after reaching the Foundry itself. That smoke really billowing at the stage. And because you have an intermix of cold with the harsh and slight snowfall right now, it kind of has been captured and forming a little bit of bubble. And this is similar to High Rock, right? So yeah, that kind of that bubble of smoke as it kind of encapsulated. And so you're kind of making your way through that as you stay away from the drift. And then you get inside of the Holy District. Now, refugees, right, the tents have been pitched up. There's people moving about the courtyard outside of the cathedral. You head by the Zealous Flagon into that courtyard, and eventually you reach the Suntree Cathedral. Again, I'm going to activate the scene. Your tokens are on the board, all of which are on the board, but so, just have the theater there that the two are not necessarily here. It's just you three there. So, and then I'm going to go ahead and pause that. All right.
Lead the way, guys.
All right, so coming inside, you notice there's a few of the actual vestments similar dress to Valria. They themselves are kind of making way. They're reading scripture to each other. They're kind of assessing things. There's also a few of these individuals are at the pews. They're actually kind of brushing them off, making sure they're set up, everything's ready to go. There's an individual kind of guard here. Actually, soldiers or guard that are stationed, ready to go earlier than normal. They're kind of getting on their posts and sitting down and potentially talking to one another. They spill over also from the actual courtyard with the refugees, kind of chilling in here for the time. There's a few paladins. They're kind of discussing business and talking about certain things just by passing by, many of you with your passive perceptions. And just because it's so quiet in here, there's not really anything else besides the whispering of these individuals and this large and expansive cathedral, is that they are talking that they are going to war. So their conversation is you're eavesdropping and passing by with passive perception. They're shipping out in weeks' time. That they will be heading to the south to fight under the banner of their lord. That's what they're discussing right now. And the concept of Paylor and worship, and some of them talking about families, children, things like that, and talking about squires and servants and stuff. As soon as you kind of approach, you see Valria is again ritualizing, this time different, has a different mixture of things in front of her, religious items and other sorts of spell components, preparing for the service that is eventually to happen in several hours. The other priests are in the vestments, in those vestments. They're at the branch that extends from the Suntree, and they're actually watering it. So they're holding these kind of cans outwards, watering can type styles, and they're just kind of watering out, and they're holding their hands, and as their hands go across it, their hands glow a little bit, providing some light, and they're just treating the tree very nicely. And you're kind of watching, there's a ladder nearby, and they're kind of getting a ladder up too, setting it by the tree, and then they're kind of going up that, and then they might have a little bit of trimming thing happening where they're actually trimming a little bit of the branches off. And as that happens, you notice the bark itself just doesn't glow anymore. It's not white, just turns to this blackish color. And they kind of take it, and then they put it within the robes and the small satchels that are inside of the actual robes themselves, and putting in the satchels, collecting the branches, not letting any of them to fall or be lost. You Roche, Aria sees you, opens the hands. I am surprised you are here early. And just 3 of you.
Just 3.
Yes.
We wanted to come early to give our friend a chance to possibly commune himself with the tree.
Oh, of course. Your friend is part of the 6-pack? You are a member of the 6-pack?
Is that really what we're calling ourselves?
Yep. Yep.
That's what Indigo and Dougal said, and everybody hasn't said anything otherwise yet.
Honestly, it's quite catching on. It sounds quite nice when you say it.
They sigh. Yeah, I'm with them.
Well, may Palor's light bless you, and may your heart be embraced by its warmth. You are more than welcome, as I told your friends, you to commune with the Sun Tree as you please. We are in preparations for service, doing our routine and daily maintenance upon this tendril of the greater tree. Please, go in touch. I am busy at the present moment, but please tell me if you are able to make contact.
Will most certainly do. Well, I guess I'll just go up and kneel down and touch said tree.
As you touch the tree, your hands glow a light. The light penetrates the tendrils of the actual, or the spacing within the bark, and that bright light kind of comes out, that daylight towards you. And you hear a voice within your mind. Oh, hello.
Hey, you must be the tree that talks to Palor. My friends told me about you.
Oh, your friends, huh? Who are your friends?
Sir Dougal and Indigo?
Oh, yeah. Awesome.
They also mentioned, I think, something about you and Palor. What's going on with you and Palor? You good?
I'm good. Yeah. Talk to
Palor
Palor.
okay?
Palor's fine.
What'd you talk to Palor about?
I talked to Palor about how I can grow.
Oh yeah, they did mention that you couldn't grow anymore. What did Palor say?
Palor said I needed to put a stop to whatever was stopping me growing.
That's pretty vague. He didn't tell you what the something was. He just said something.
Yeah.
It looked like when they were trimming your branches earlier, some of it was black. Do you know anything about that?
Wow.
Doesn't seem normal.
That's normal.
As in, it's always been that way, or it's normal as in since you can't grow anymore?
It's always been that way.
Okay.
There was one time that a branch was trimmed, and it never was, well... Anyways, what's up?
I don't know. My friends felt I should talk to you, so I just wanted to see kind of what was going on.
Oh, how's your day?
It's good. We're just getting ready for service and for Palor, I guess. I don't know. I'm just kind
Oh.
of here because they wanted me here.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just kind of here, always.
So yeah, if I guess we'll try to talk to you a little bit later after service, but I will let them know that I was able to talk to you. Any message you want me to pass on for you?
Just tell him I said hi.
Okay, I will fill them in,
Okay.
and I'll kind of turn around to Indigo and Dougal and give them this very confused look on my face.
Right, so there's something about us. Which
Is the tree always like that?
no.
What do you mean? Not able to grow? That's a new thing.
It's like talking to a 5-year-old.
Oh,
Oh, that's just Matt. That's
right.
just how he. That's how he is.
His name's Matt. You didn't tell me his name was Matt.
His name's
Well,
Matt.
We asked his name though, and did you Tartan? Come on.
I may have accidentally named him.
I just
But he-
assumed his name was Suntree.
That's
What
okay.
he goes by, but he's Matt.
You know, these are things that you tell someone when you're trying to introduce them to people. You usually tell them their name.
We didn't know if you'd be able to talk to him, but you talked to him. What'd he say?
He said Paylord told him to stop whatever was stopping him from growing, and he also said hi.
Nice that he said hi.
Hey, Matt.
Do you want me to go touch the tree again and tell Matt hey for you?
No, that's okay.
No, that'd be
Okay.
weird.
Anyway, it's remarkable, I think, that this tree hasn't spoken for 3 years, but should break its silence in what? Our presence? Seems like all of us, right? I would wager that if Nereus or Harok were here, they might be able to repeat our experiment.
I agree.
So, I have a really weird question for you guys. Did either one of you try putting your stone up to the tree? This whole
No,
thing that we're chosen ones
never.
seems to revolve around this stone? Or these stones?
I'd be nervous too.
I'm just gonna give a shrug. I mean, I'll do it.
Oh my god.
Any objections? It's just a stone, right? It's supposed to only work on dragons, but
Well, might as well try and see what happens.
alright, if I die, I'm blaming you guys.
We'll do it too.
So I guess we'll kneel and touch at the same time. On the count of 3. 1, 2,
I put it at 2.
3. Rude.
Guess you're putting the stones up to the bark.
Yes.
Yeah. Just saying, hey Matt, sorry, just wanted to see if this does anything. If it helps you.
What are you doing? Light begins to glow from the bark, tracing your hands.
Just these stones are kind of unique to us. We didn't know if maybe it could help you, but it didn't. Sorry, it's just a shot. Wanted to help. Wanted to try something.
Oh,
I know it sounds kind of silly now.
yeah, it's kind of silly. I felt for a second that I felt Paylor for a little bit there. Yeah, that's weird.
So there was a
Like
slight
you-
tingle or reaction.
Like you felt Paylor? Like you were closer? Or the connection was better?
I just felt Paylor's light. So what's up?
We're just trying to figure out where to go next.
Oh,
I think a lot of our friends have different places they want to go. I think we all want to help each other, but sometimes we're not the best at choosing a direction. Sometimes we are easily pulled away from the direction we're going.
Oh. Well, all I can say is, oftentimes the path you follow is the one that is least traveled.
Does a tree travel all that much?
No, silly, I don't go anywhere.
Yeah, he's just kind of stuck right here because the roots and
I'm just asking because that's a pretty wise thing for something that doesn't move.
he's awesome. He's got knowledge forever. Like, can learn so much. All right, Matt.
Did you guys already ask him about the redwood?
He's not sure about specifically where the redwood is.
Yeah, we did try to do that. He doesn't do
Like,
right.
yeah, like specific location geographically.
Maybe
he knows
not by
that-
name.
He knows connections, and he knows that that connection is like not what it used to be. Like it's damaged or injured.
Okay.
All right, Matt. Well, hey, you're awesome. Enjoy service. A lot of people coming to look at you and breathe on you. So
All right.
stay classy.
I will.
Hey, Matt.
Thank you. What's up?
Do you know anything about missing people in the town? You kind of feel stuff, right? Have you felt any connections just kind of disappear?
Yeah.
Do you know kind of when the last disappearance kind of happened?
I don't know. Some time ago.
Okay. Well, we'll try to stop by before we leave. And
Okay.
if anything happens between now and then, you let us know, okay?
Oh, I'll try.
Go back to Dougal.
Bye. Love you.
Later, Matt. Wow, that's a lot. Okay. Love you too.
Finishing up that conversation, reaching back with you lot. We're now going to go ahead and pause this conversation, so we'll go ahead and shift over for the sake of including you both into the role play here for the session's ends. That way, you're not sitting and not doing a whole lot of that. So I'm going to activate that. So we're just gonna fast track the time a little bit. We're not gonna say that we won't do stuff with you three prior to We'll continue your conversations. We're gonna go a little ahead in time, so that way we can get to Harak and Nereus and get them some role play for the session's end. So we're gonna end it with this. So we're gonna go ahead and state noon hour. Right, kind of revolves around the comings and goings of the Emporium are vast. So regardless of what you've done, if you've just kind of done some window shopping, looking around, right, kind of tracking the time a little bit and trying to figure out when to go back, the Emporium is a hot spot within the Merchants District. There are travelers and adventurers that sell their wares specifically to Rolvik, as Rolvik comes out of the back warehouse area, meets them and greets them, exchanges gold, procures the items. Even sells direct to people. These other kind of people that you've never seen before, but they seem like the adventuring type, and then a couple horses and things. So there's a whole operation to this Emporium that is quite intense in depth, and it goes beyond just being a gift shop, right? And that's what it looks like at face value. But now that you've had the chance to really observe it in its whole and also talk to Silverfalls, it has become a little bit more than just that gift shop style. So as you come to the hour, you eventually make your way to the back of the barn style doors, these large double wind doors that are kind of swung open, a crane overhead kind of jingles with the pulley-like thing, whatnot. Rolvik Silverfall, the particular dwarf that you have talked to, Harak, is currently speaking with another dwarf that is wearing kind of reddish and black garments. There appears to be an eye that is somewhat half closed. within the actual shoulder pad of the leather armor of this individual. And upon shaking hands very briefly, see Rolvik kind of hand over a leather purse, kind of jangles a little bit into the hands of the dwarf, who catches it and kind of throws it up a little bit, and then pockets it within the actual wardrobe of the cloak, and moves and kind of gives a little bit of a finger, and then pushes past you both, headed in the direction of east. As you see Rolvik finishing up, clasp hands. Oh, wonderful. You are here.
Yes.
Well, should be any moment here. I called for Crystal Miner to come over here. I'm hoping.
Ah, looks like that's one of them. Looking down the street as peeking outside of the doors, headed from west east, coming around the backside of the shop, appears to be a gnome. This gnome has kind of curly, blondish hair that comes down into almost like a mullet. Is wearing a mixture of different hide and leather, primarily a tunic with pants and boots. Has these kind of greenish eyes and a fair complexion with a little bit of a stubble or a goatee kind of thing of the stubble there. They have a kind of a walking stick, just something to kind of hold on to. Doesn't seem like it's a staff of any kind. And then they have two different satchels, a backpack, and then multiple fanny or pouches, fanny pack kind of styles upon the front. They're just a mixture of just things. Upon the actual side of the kind of hide and leather tunic that they have over top is the symbol of the Crystal Miners, this particular guild of like lapidaries. Lapidaries is a study of gemstones and the sort of rocks and things. And this particular symbol of the Crystal Miner is two pickaxes, one of which has been taken off. The pickaxe has been taken off and replaced with a gem, and that kind of crosses over with a circlet over around it all, kind of housing it together. No particular colors upon the symbol. It's really just like stitched and ingrained into the leather itself. Coming across, this gnome immediately pipes up. Oh, hi! Hi, Rolvik! Hi! Oh! Hello, hello, how do you do? Raises up the hands towards you both.
I'll shake it reluctantly.
All right, and you?
Oh, hi.
Ah, my name is Tanis. I am from the Crystal Miner Guild. I am a journeyman, appraiser. I was fetched by Rolvik to inspect a stone.
Yes, I have it right here.
Thank you kindly. 1 second, please. Pulls out a kind of a scope, right, to magnify, right? Takes the stone, begins to look at it. Then flicks another one down, stares into it. Quite peculiar, this one is. Haven't quite seen that structure before. Where'd you find it?
In a tree, if you can believe it.
In a tree? You're lying to me. I have never found a stone in a tree like that before. Do tell me, where did you find it?
I just told you.
Rolvik, a little bit short for words. Well, look, if I don't know the origin, I can't place the source, and I can't give a proper appraisal. Right now, what I can tell you is you have something quite rare, quite strange, something I've never seen before. It's got a high refractory towards it, a good volume of its refractory period, and it bounces off the light in kind of a spiderweb-like way. And honestly, I would imagine that stone itself would fetch you 800 gold on the market right now. But unless I know the origin, I could really put a pin in where it comes from, and perhaps maybe take a sample or two. I can come back tomorrow and give you a solid price. Good, strong, maybe 99.5% solid appraisal. Right now, we're hovering right around 60%.
Nereus, perhaps my memory's going. Where did I find this? Trying to prompt him to maybe say where his own came from, subtly, without... I don't want to give his away if he doesn't want to show anyone.
Well, mine was found in the ocean. So these stones seem like they pop up anywhere. And he'll show his.
You show yours as well.
Yep.
Let me see. Don't be shy. Come.
I'll hand it over.
You know, it almost seems as if the stones are finding us rather than the other way around.
Well. They are nearly the same, just a different color. That happens to happen if you have a different sort of primary metallic ion in its coordinated compound structure. Gives a different light, but they themselves are quite the same in their geometry. In the ocean, you found it?
Mm-hmm.
In particular, what ocean? A sea, near an island? Sulfuric rocks?
Just in the ocean.
Just in the ocean.
Its color is unusual to find at the bottom.
Look
So I
here.
noticed
Look.
it.
Hold on, let me just pause you for a second. Look, I am not Othema God, and Rovakir has no alliance at all. No tattletale. No, we won't. If you've taken them or stolen them or however you procured them, I don't give a shit. I just want to know where you potentially originate. If you don't know, just say you don't know. I won't take that hoo-ha. I found it in the ocean. It came from here. No. I have studied gems, rocks, and all sorts of facets of geological structures for over 250 years. So, are we clear? Yes?
Yes, I found it in the ocean.
Hilltop Library in Ruffling.
Ruffling, you say?
Yes.
I haven't heard someone mention the free city of Nova Vicarious for some time. Top of a library,
Yes.
Was it somewhere within the 9th or 10th floors?
You know, I don't recall, but that's a specific question. Say it was. What would it mean to you?
Well, I am simply an appraiser. If it did come from there, if it came from Ruffling, it came from some of the higher vaulted areas of the potential several of the many colleges or universities that are there, it depends which one it is, it could be magical. And if it is the case, if it's on the 9th or 10th floor, we're talking very rare indeed.
Magic. No. Probably not.
Okay, alright. So, I'm going to go ahead and withhold. I'm going to stand on my 800 gold piece valuation. I'll be 1,600 for the both of them. Give it 800 each, but until I know more about them, I can't really give you a full answer. So, I can take a sample if you'd like. Right now, in fact. Plus a small chisel to pick.
You know what? Go ahead and do that. Take a sample from mine.
Sample from yours. No problem. Yeah, make our way to the crate. Look at that. And yours? Can I have a sample of yours too?
Sure.
All right. Well, I'll start with yours. Takes the pick, comes up to the crate, strikes an explosion. With that, we're going to go ahead and end the session.
How big of an explosion?
All right.
Massive.
Yeah, what?
Are we talking like the guy's dead and like they're both almost dead, or what are
We're
we
going to
talking?
find
Limbless?
out. We're going to find out. As Tanis took the pick and went to strike the hammer into the chisel, I should say, went to strike it, making way to a crate roughly 15 feet away. Rolvik, you both are there. Took your gold gemstone rock and struck it. As it happened, it exploded outwards in a fiery plume of bluish flame.
What
We
the
will,
fuck?
we will get to more come the next session.
Well, what did you guys do? We're gonna be
Somebody
known as
just-
terrorists.
Somebody just died.
We have to change the name. We can't
We're
be
gonna-
Six Pack anymore.
We're gonna find out what just happened. So
We can't be known as Six Pack. We just blew up a building.
how do you feel? Everyone okay? Everyone good?
Hey, didn't a couple of guys from Six Pack walk into that building before it exploded?
Nope. We're not Six Pack. Remember, I specifically told people it wasn't us.
I mean, Nereus hasn't even heard the term six pack yet, so
I can't wait.
Looking
You
forward-
may
looking
not
forward to
ever
it.
be able to tell Nereus at this point. Nereus could be dead in a collapsed building.
dying doing what he loved, not being in the water.
Oh, at least he didn't die with Tardan.
Oh, that's true. He won't come back as a vengeful ghost.
Well, that's interesting. So note to self, don't hit the gemstone.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and calculate some experience for roleplay for our session today. I do hope that it was a fun roleplay session, and I hope that we ended on a cliffhanger there of sorts, allowing Tanis to strike the stone. And we will find out what happens in the next session. I think it's a good place to leave it. I like cliffhangers. That sounds like a really good one. So we're going to see. And I'm gonna count some experience. Any questions at all? Anything? Anybody has anything?
And you make sure that the XP comes out to 23,000
Yeah.
total.
Yeah, right. We're looking for 2,605.
Unfortunately,
we need
it's
to
not going
start
to be
some fights with.
not them. Not
How much do we
nearly
get for
that.
killing the gnome?
That experience ain't going to get calculated until next session. We got a lot of things to figure out.
But I mean, he's dead right now if he died from the explosion. So technically, we go with
Yeah, wasn't he like secretly a lich? So we get a whole bunch of experience for that.
I mean, he was
Yeah, we
secretly
also
the
get the
one vanishing the people in town. So we also just completed that quest.
All right, so
Good work,
990 experience each, but you had 21,385 experience total. You all finish the story. We didn't have to do anything. We just had the big baddie strike the stone. That was it. That was the end of the arc.
Yeah,
So,
gotta
I'm just saying-
yell to Damodar, say, no, Damodar, don't hit the stone with a chisel.
If Harak and Nereus die, does the rest of the group get credit for 2 level 6 players getting killed? Yeah.
You
Yeah,
wouldn't have been part of killing us. So
you,
no.
you would have gained that experience. You weren't even there.
I mean, the stones are all connected, right? We still technically, in a way.
I mean, what if they're all connected? Yours are about to explode.
That's fair.
Good luck.
We will see. We will see. All right. Well, if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. We all appreciate it. And we're going to see what happens in the next session. Exactly what has happened to Tanis and Nereus and Harak and Rolvik at the Silver Falls Emporium. So yeah, check it out next week. And yeah, we'll see you then. So, bye.
Later.
Six pack?
Six